up? How's it going? You going upstairs, Miss Moo? Good. Minnie is staring at me from a crack. It's like a crack of space between a pillar and my other desk chair. She's gonna be our nuisance for the evening, I'm sure. I'm waiting for her to leave so I can eat some cookies. But if I'm here, she's just gonna beg and cry. But if she leaves, I might be able to sneak them without her hearing me. I doubt it, but we'll see. My hair is a fucking mess. Whatever. Hello. What's up? Hope you guys are having a good Friday. I did not work today, and it was very nice. I snuggled up with my dog all day and watched Supernatural and Dungeon Meshi and... Oh, she's just gonna lay down in the middle of the floor. Alright, well, okay. And Midnight Mass. She's very clingy. Alright, we're just gonna rip the band-aid off because she's gonna come over here and beg no matter what. Even though she can't have any of these because they got chocolate on them. Here she comes. Come say hi to everyone. I know, I'm being mean, huh? Shit. Okay. I can't give you these, they have chocolate. I'm being mean. Let me see if I can get a part that doesn't have any chocolate, like just a cookie part. Alright. She's gonna start crying and barking at me, but alas, I'm eating Jaffa cakes. I had these a lot when I studied abroad in England. I saw a TikTok that it was German week at Aldi or whatever, and they had orange Jaffa cakes and strawberry Jaffa cakes. So I may have gotten a box of each. Just for the hell of it. These are very good. They're a little dry. Like the cake part is a little dry. But it's okay. Anyway. How goes it? Hope y'all having a good week, a good weekend, start to your weekend. My brain is frazzled a little bit. When is it not, you know? I'm always a little frazzled. I've been hanging in there. Sorry I didn't do a makeup stream this past week. I just didn't feel like it or have time. But we'll have a normal length stream. There'll be no wedding crashing this week. Yeah. Why can you see that there's just nothing behind my eyes tonight? That bodes well for us this evening. We still have 4 parts left, I think. Hold on. I'm gonna check. I want Google Lens. I want Google Lens. God. Table of contents is what I want. Okay. We did. Okay. We have 5 parts left. 2 more investigations, 3 more trials. And then we have a DLC. Phoenix Wright, Asinine Attorney. Pile of Justice, Asinine Attorney. The fuck does that mean? It's a what if short story. Interesting. All right, whatever. We're gonna get started this week. I'll keep my pre-gaming rambling to a minimum tonight so we can get going because Phoenix and Edge. Hold on. I'm losing it. No rug under this chair means I slide around really easily. Mai passed out right after we found her in the tomb. I feel exhausted. I can't keep my eyes open. She's been out cold ever since. We haven't been able to get a word out of her. That's right, Minnie. She's been out cold. The doctor said it's just exhaustion, but I can't help but worry. I don't know what I'm doing. What is it, right? Are you alright? Yeah, just thinking is all. I'm glad you're here, Edgeworth. We wouldn't have gotten the permissions we have without you. Well, I didn't come all this way to Khura'in to be useless. Speaking of the investigation, I received a few things from Detective Sky. These should prove to be useful to us as well. And there's autopsy report added, the tomb diagram, the crime scene photo. Okay, our evidence from last time. I can't thank you enough, Edgeworth. Honestly, I've been so lost without him these past few days. You there, the barbed-head lawyer, Phoenix Wright. Huh? Oh. This is a man. I thought it was going to be Rafa. You're from the Khura'in Royal Guard, right? I'm Lucky, Royal Guard member and Her Eminence's shoulder rubber. Alright, that's very specific. And what does the Royal Shoulder Rubber want with me? Wait, come to think of it, my shoulders are a bit stiff. Don't be absurd! I'm here for one purpose only. I am to bring you before Her Eminence, Queen Khura'in, Grand Priestess of Khura'in. Will you accompany, or will you comply? Good lord. The Queen? What could she want with me? And why does he have to shout like that? I can't fathom why Queen Khura'in would summon you. But I advise you accept Her Eminence's gracious invitation. Royal Shoulder Rubber Lackey, was it? May I join Mr. Wright as his audience with the Queen, in his audience with the Queen? The daily name's Lackey. L-A-H-K-E-E. And all praise the omnipotent Queen Khura'in, for she has already foreseen and approved your request, Chief Prosecutor Edgeworth. You are both to come with me. You mean to say Queen Khura'in sees our every move? Yes, indeed. Her Eminence's spiritual power is immense. She can even see what's going on thousands of miles away. Right. I fear I'll lose my hearing next if we don't hurry. Yeah, me too. Why would the Queen herself summon me personally? What could she possibly be up to? Alright, let's fucking go. Okay. You mean I can't flirt with Edgeworth? What kind of game is this? Oh god. The barbed-head lawyer has arrived. We bid you welcome. And you as well, Chief Prosecutor Edgeworth. Minnie is licking my fingers under the desk right now. Thank you. This place is still as magnificent as last time. We have heard much about you, Barbed One. It seems your bluffs and tomfoolery tend to leave our court devastated in their wake. Is that what people here have been saying about me? Right. Where are your manners? Your Eminence, I am both humbled and delighted to be in your presence. Oh, Your Eminence, glad to be here. Looks like you're doing well. It is all right. There is no need to keep your head bowed all day. Yes, Your Eminence. Rafa's not looking too good. I guess even she can't just bounce back from her father's murder. So, what can I do for you, Your Eminence? We wish to question you about something related to the case at hand. Perfect, because I have a few questions of my own. Let's fucking talk. We fear we do not fully comprehend what has transpired, so it is that we summoned you here to further elucidate the situation. Is it true that our husband Inga has been seeking the Founder's Orb? That's right. He wanted to trade a hostage for it. That's why he abducted Maya Fey. Insolent fool! Ow! That is a lie! A lie, I say! Father would have never done such a thing. But he did abduct Maya. That much is... I will not stand here and listen to this nonsense. You will pay for this. You... Oh, God. Ow, ow, ow. Please, Your Benevolence. You have things to say? You want to come sit in my lap? That's what you're gonna get. Nope, she's literally scrabbling across the floor to get away from me. That is quite enough, Rafa. We understand your feelings, but we fear he spoke the truth. For we believe we know why your father would do such a thing. Huh? We believe he was seeking the orb as a means of obtaining spiritual power. That's it, I'm coming to get you. I'm coming to get you. Oh. Yeah, you go upstairs. Go ahead. Get on. She will be back. Put my blankie back in my lap. And with it, he intended to usurp the throne. Mother? What do you mean, Your Eminence? Inga was planning a coup, for he was dissatisfied with the current administration, and his secret police was the primary instrument of his treason. The secret police, they came out during the High Priest's murder trial, too. An elite force under the direct command of the Minister of Justice, in this case, Inga. Excuse me. Oh gosh, hold on. My antidepressant alarm is about to go off. In 5 minutes, but you know, just have it at the ready. The man who was hunting down rebels as Lady Kira was a member of that group. Indeed, Inga turned that once proud force into his own private army, and he intended on using them to launch a coup and assassinate us. So your Eminence had no control over them. As much as it shames us to admit it, Khura'in is not the unified realm it would appear to be. You don't say. We are truly sorry you had to witness the dirty underbelly of our kingdom. How could Father? But know that Inga could not have become king simply through our assassination. For in Khura'in, only those who possess spiritual power may sit on the throne. I see. That explains why Minister Inga was seeking the Founder's Orb. Barbed One, do you recall the man known as Peace, Lovin' and to stand him? How could I fucking forget him? What about him? He too was involved in Inga's machinations. Inga had bought his loyalty, ordered the man to steal the orb, and covered up the theft. And then he sent the orb to the US for Dr. Buff to study. It's all coming together. Only have a vital life. That should be my last one, maybe. I will eat your whole sleeve. if I'm not careful. Because I have very little self-control. Alright, let me pop my pills. Everybody take their meds if they haven't. Friendly reminder. The capture of the infamous villain Dirk Sadmati may prove to be the crowning achievement of our reign. Now, perhaps the kingdom may return to the peace it once knew. Oh, what a joyous day. Hail Her Eminence, Queen Garen, Grand Priestess of Khura'in! Her Eminence's spiritual power invoked a blessing straight from the Holy Mother. I could see how her cronies would be elated at the prospect. But the Queen herself seems almost giddy for someone whose husband was just murdered. I think she's going to be behind the last Queen's murder. Father. Rafa, on the other hand, doesn't appear to be taking it so well. About that incident that occurred 23 years ago, the one in which Dirk was accused of assassinating Queen Amara. Yes, he set fire to her private residence, burning my dear sister alive. Murder by arson. Only a demon would be capable of such a heinous crime. But that event also set the stage for you to become queen. What did you do before you were crowned queen, Your Eminence? As part of our training to be queen, we served in many different governmental positions, the longest of which was as the previous Minister of Justice. It was in that position that we were best able to support our elder sister, Queen Amara. Interesting. That's her husband's position, or at least it was. And when you ascended to the throne, you passed the Defense Culpability Act. Those who would support criminals will be deemed just as guilty. What prompted you to pass something like the Defense Culpability Act, Your Eminence? The assassination of our dear sister Amara. When the infamous villain Dirk Sadmati was apprehended, he announced that he would act as his own lawyer. That's right, Dirk used to be a lawyer. Dirk had been an extraordinarily talented lawyer and highly esteemed by the people, but he falsified evidence in an attempt to win his own case. I see. But when the truth of his fabrications and the assassination of the Queen came to light, the people were devastated, and trust in the legal system plummeted. Now, why does that sound so familiar? Yeah, I wonder. In Khura'in, the Hall of Justice is a sacred space where victims receive their last rites. Should the people lose their faith in it, the kingdom would be shaken to its very core. I burned the inside of the bottom of my gums, of my teeth, and it doesn't hurt. I'm just salivating like a lot, and I hate it. That is why the Defense Culpability Act had to be passed. It was the only way to keep our legal system from tumbling into the abyss. So that's how you sought to eliminate the use of perjury and phony evidence, huh? But that law is what made lawyers go extinct in your kingdom. Now there's no one left to defend those who have been accused. We see how you could take issue with such a reality. However, we have not banned the act of lawyering itself. Those who are confident that they can prove their client's innocence are always welcome to mount a vigorous defense, as you yourself have shown. Well, I guess so, but without lawyers, there's the possibility of false charges being filed and prosecuted. So long as our prosecutors continue to run nothing but perfect trials, there needn't be fear of such nefarious dealings. Do you disagree? Perfect prosecutors and their perfect trials, huh? Let's not get started down this path. Furthermore, here in Khura'in, we have the divination seance, and so it is we no longer need lawyers, for the dead do not lie. Well, in the short time I've been here, I've beaten back false charges twice, and I've found that cases built on the memories of the dead are less than perfect. So yes, I do take issue with the Defense Culpability Act, to say the least. Oh, such relentless rhetoric. Your reputation precedes you, Barbed One. It feels as if we ourselves are being cross-examined. Oh, no, that wasn't my intention. It is true that some feel the Defense Culpability Act is a necessary evil at best, but it is a small sacrifice upon which the peace of our kingdom has been forged. If you consider executing innocent lawyers a small sacrifice, then sure. The fact is that following its passage, the crime rate here in Khura'in dropped markedly. Therefore, we have no regrets concerning the enactment of the Defense Culpability Act. Really? None at all? Right, why don't we leave it at that? This isn't a court of law after all. Yeah. Edward the Seeing Phoenix have like the bitchiest face, and he's like, oh god, I'm gonna shut my boyfriend up before he says something to get thrown in jail. About the Founder's Orb that was to be exchanged for the hostage. It went missing after the murder. Would you happen to know anything about that? It's missing? I'm sure Dirk had it when he went into the tomb. If it wasn't there, I have no idea where it could be, Your Eminence. 3D front view Edgeworth cannot be real. I know. I don't like his model very much either, Nico. He's fine when they put him like in a 3/4 view. But I've never liked his like straight on sprites either. How you doing, Nico? In that case, then perhaps Dirk has hidden it somewhere. Incidentally, there is the matter of that horned youth you were with. Oh, you mean Apollo? From his odd hairstyle, may we assume him to be a relative? Perhaps your younger brother? No. You've got it all wrong. He's Dirk's son. You're good? I'm doing all right. I didn't work today, so I had a nice, lazy day with Minnie glued to my side pretty much the whole day. I did run some errands to get lunch, but she's been up my butt all day today, as she is wont to do. Well, more like foster son. They're not actually related by blood. I watched a lot of television today. I got caught up on Dungeon Meshi, which I finished the manga, by the way, Nico. Forgot to tell you that. I watched a bunch of episodes of Supernatural. The things that they are doing in this show, it just gets worse and worse with every season. And then I was rewatching some Midnight Mass during dinner. How do I like it? I loved it. It was so good. I nearly cried like 3 times at the end. Ugh. It was so good. I'm sad that I'm done reading it. I'm glad that I have a lot more anime to watch, though. Dirks. Real guard. Your Eminence. What's she whispering in that one guy's ear? Thank you for your time. The 2 of you may go now. Yes, Your Eminence. We'll be on our way. Okay, now what? Apollo and Athena have the murder scene investigation covered, so maybe we should go speak with the locals over at the bazaar. Okay, bye. Crazy woman who definitely murdered her sister to become queen. What? Was that a lion? Oh, that caught me by surprise too when I first heard it. It's the cry of a local bird known as a warbad. A bird that sounds like that? Me too, Nico. Sounds more like a beast than a bird, if you ask me. It's a form of mimicry, you know, to help protect them against predators and stuff. Yes, well, can't say I've heard one quite like that before. Oh, it's more than unusual. It's endangered. It's extremely rare to encounter one in the wild these days. If it's so rare, then what's one doing out here in the middle of the bazaar? You got me. Maybe it's got something to do with it being their national bird. Glad you enjoyed it. Such a good manga series. Can't wait to see the latter half of the series in motion. Me too. So good. Now I gotta find an... Well, no. I need to not get back into reading tons and tons of manga. I have to read my physical books that I own in my home so that I can get rid of some of them. I'm currently reading through a stack of books that I'm like pretty confident when I finish reading I'm not going to keep any of them. It's a lot of like contemporary fiction and some middle grade books that like I got as like, oh, I need to reach the shipping minimum from Book Outlet. Let me just throw a couple books in the pile. So I'm trying to like speed read through a couple of those. So far, they've all been pretty good. I will give them that. They're not bad books. They're just like, all right, I'm not gonna read these again. I got through 3 of the like 6 that I pulled out. So we'll see. I could read both. I was reading both for a while. I need to get back to reading the supernatural books. I need to finish some of the books that I have. I've got like 8 books that I'm currently reading according to my Goodreads. Like, I gotta finish some of those. You got me. Maybe it's got something to do with it being a mash. Ah! Was that a gunshot? Har 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 har. Oh god, is it startle you, PW? There he is. Was that... What was that, Dats? That doesn't answer my question. Defying dragons is new weapon. I call these puppies Dragon Snot Snaps. Uh-huh. And you need those... Why? Because our hard work is starting to pay off. Thanks to our TV signal hijacking and stuff, more and more people are joining our cause. But on account of that, the regime's been cracking down on us real tough like. Yeah, there's been a lot going on lately. You can say that again. I mean, what with the High Priest's fake murder/suicide. People are calling it the DCA tragedy, and it's causing a real public uproar. Hopefully that means Tarrus's death won't be in vain after all. I forgot he killed himself. So how exactly is a handful of firecrackers going to be of any help to you guys anyway? Simple. First I supply them to our fellow rebels, then we use them as a diversion when we need to shake Garen's goons. Huh? Like this. Whoa. Will you cut that out? I'm not with the regime and I'm not chasing you. Your reaction, that was priceless, PW. Guess I started that war bad too. It's a miracle no one's trying to arrest him while he's too busy laughing. You there. Oh, Raifa. You are one of those insurgents, are you not? Yikes! Take that! Eek! And he's gone. Those firecrackers are more useful than I thought. Barbed Head, your benevolence. What can I do for you? I wanted to speak with you. About what my mother said. I do not believe a word of it. My father could not have been planning a coup. Well, I can understand why you'd feel like that, but it was a setup. Someone must have been plotting against him. I think maybe, here's my theory. Queen Garen killed her sister to become queen. Maybe husband man found out about it, right? They were keeping each other quiet. Maybe they had stuff over each other's heads and then she had him killed. Or maybe she had him killed because he found out that she did it and she was gonna blab. But he seemed like a less than scrupulous asshole to begin with. So like, maybe it's a little combo. How do you know that? I just do, because the Holy Mother guides me. And as the royal priestess, I must uncover the truth for all to see. Maybe this is just how Raifa expresses her sense of duty. You're investigating this matter, are you not? Then rejoice, for I shall accompany you and bestow upon you the royal priestess's wisdom. Ha 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 ha. That's the best news I've heard all day, your benevolence. No one would dare get in our way with Rafa by our side. We humbly accept your offer, don't we, Edgeworth? Okay, he was being serious when he said as you wish, right? Excellent. Then let us begin with my father's private quarters. We should be able to find some clues there. I shall expose this false charge for what it is, if it is the last thing I do. Could it be? Is the reason she's so defensive about Inga? Is the reason she's so defensive about Inga because she's a daddy's girl? She's 14, Phoenix. Leave her alone. Barbed head, let us not waste any time. My father's private quarters are located within the royal residence. Now follow me. Wait, she's sure in a hurry. Right, the minister's private quarters may hold evidence related to his murder as well. Yeah, maybe we can kill two birds with one stone. Rafa's awfully fired up. I just hope she'll be ready for the truth we find. After all, it's hard to believe that Inga was not in full control of the whole affair. Alright. Now, if you could figure out which of these buildings houses Inga's private quarters. I want to, examine the scene leading into this building over here. That's where we'll find Rafa. Yeah. There are footprints coming from this residence. Too bad they just kind of end. I wonder who made them and where they went. This overturned urn spilled its water all over the place. It was already knocked over when we got here earlier this afternoon, so we can rule out Athena at least. Right. What does it say about you if your first suspect is your own subordinate? Now that's what I call an extravagant exterior. Is this where Inga's private quarters are? Watch your step right. That urn's been knocked over, spilling water everywhere. Yeah, the ground's soaked. I wonder who did this. I think someone's in there. Father? Oh, sweetheart. Is that Princess Rafa? There are still so many things I wish to tell you. She always puts on such a brave face. But hearing her crying all alone, I can't help but think of Trucy. Father? Princess Rafa, are you in there? Ah, just a moment, I'll be right out. Oh, honey. I see you are finally here. Well, let us commence our investigation, shall we? Your benevolence. Maybe you should rest for a minute first. You were eavesdropping on me, weren't you? No, I mean, yes, sorry, I couldn't help but overhearing. It wasn't like I was spying on you or anything. You stupid, barbed head. Father thinking of someone else's daughter too. What a good dad. Phoenix is a great dad. Phoenix is bad at a lot of things, but he's a great dad. You could have feigned ignorance. It's as if your brain-to-mouth filter shuts off the moment you step out of the courtroom. This should not be a shock to you, Edgeworth. Ugh, I'm not that bad, Edgeworth. He's got a soft spot for lost little girls. Like, that came out wrong. He's got a soft spot. He's got a soft spot for helping lost souls. That's what I meant. Adopting just a gaggle of traumatized teenagers and adults. Anyway, what took you so long? I thought you would never get here. You have a lot of nerve keeping the crown princess waiting. Sorry? This is my father's residence. I've already unlocked it so you can go right in. Oh, and be careful. Some dingbat dog got in the courtyard and spilled water over here. A dingbat dog? That's right. The yappy mutt spilled a whole urn's worth. I wonder how it got into this area. Do you know what it looked like? I have better things to do than memorize what some stray dog looks like. Anyway, it is not worth talking about. Let's search my father's room, shall we? I have a feeling that dog is going to be important, but, you know, I really hope she's alright. Alright, let's fucking go. What is that chair? What the fuck is this room? The statue of himself? The chair of his outfit? What in the whole fuck? What a mess. You can definitely tell a guy used to live in this room. I guess Inga and I had at least that much in common. Bah, this staff keeps getting in the way. Nana! Oh! Huh? Where's Nana? Normally... Yes, he definitely loved himself a whole bunch. She comes running whenever Rafa calls. That's right. Nana is what? Oh, well, you barbed head. Come, hold the staff for me. Why me? Just take it. It's too heavy, and I'm tired of holding it. How does Nana put up with this day in and day out? I'll just set it over here for now. Excuse me. Alright. Okay, there's not a second scene. There's some muddy shoe prints here. Come to think of it. There was some spilled water by the entrance, which we talked about 500 times, so I get it. Somebody must have stepped in it before coming in here. They're already dry. That means they're at least several hours old. Then someone must have been in here today in the early afternoon, for our servants clean this room every day. Here in Khura'in we have a saying, leave not today's untidiness to the morrow. Mine is, why clean up today what you can leave for tomorrow? Same, Phoenix. Okay. His desk is crammed full of documents. They appear to be paperwork for executions. But for this many cases? Indeed, something is rotten in the kingdom of Khura'in. This one dates back to 5 years ago. Something tells me he simply kept putting them off because he hated doing paperwork. Is that... What's this? Oh my god! I was about to say, is it that guy's hairspray? Je suis la belle? I can't handle this. Never thought I'd see this brand again. It appears to be a sample of some sort of spray-on hair color. Color, jet black. Wonder if Inga was going gray. Here, Edgeworth, maybe you can use it. I like my natural hair color just fine, thank you very much. Oh my god. Okay, let's go to the table. This is most likely a special ink pad for the Justice Minister's stamp. His insignia is carved big and bold right on the lid. Talk about overkill. Did he really have to mark everything he owned? Alright, drug paraphernalia. It's a syringe and a vial. Those were for my father's back pain. He said it really helped when the pain was particularly unbearable. It was that bad, huh? He must have been injecting some sort of painkiller directly into his back then. Yes, my father said his back pain could knock him off his feet. I know the feeling. I've experienced some pretty severe back pain of my own. Pathetic man. Well, we can't have you throwing out your back in court, so why don't you take a vial? Oh, no thanks. I hear your body builds up a tolerance to that sort of thing. Okay. I thought you didn't want them. I'm going straight to a chiropractor as soon as I get home. I think that's a good idea, Phoenix. This notepad must have belonged to Inga. Let's see. Nana, purple hair, purple hat, glasses, diamond-shaped tattoo on forehead. Dirk, long hair, eye patch, blue clothes. Phoenix Wright, spiky hair, blue clothes, pink necktie. That's strange. These appear to be notes detailing people's most prominent characteristics. Hey, there's even some stuff about me in here. Pink necktie? I guess his necktie is pink in the same way that Edgeworth's suit is pink. Which is to say, not really. Why would he bother be doing this? I'm afraid I can't even answer that. Even I can't answer that. Whatever the reason, it's giving me a case of the heebie-jeebies. It's as though he was taking down descriptions of people over the phone. That's what it reminds me of anyway. What a brilliant deduction! One fitting of a chief prosecutor such as yourself. I commend you. That's high praise coming from you, your benevolence. Edgeworth's right. They do look like dictation notes, but I don't know. I mean, why bother describing Nana, who he must have seen every day? This chair looks like it was modeled after Inga's suit jacket. The backrest even has those fancy buttons of his. I imagine they make the chair awfully uncomfortable to sit on. I was about to say, that must be so... You can't lean back. You're just having them stab into your back. Actually, they serve to massage the pressure points on his back. My father suffered from terrible back pain, you see. I wonder if it really works. That's one luxurious and comfy looking bed. I've slept on nothing but hard floors since coming to Khura'in. Can't wait to sleep in a nice soft bed again. Then take it. It's yours if you wish. We'll have to clean this room out anyway, now that my father's gone. But don't you want to keep these things as a memento of your father? Besides, I don't need his spirit haunting me late at night. Do you suppose if I slept on it, I could see my father once more? Princess Rafa, I honestly don't know how to answer that. Sweetheart. Wow, that's one gaudy sculpture. My father sculpted it himself from a block of solid gold. Of course he did. Why does it not surprise me that he was also a narcissist? It's pretty detailed. He even included that personal stamp of his. Hey, the stamp's a little loose. Ah! Look, there's a secret safe inside. Reminds you got the saddest phone call from an old man today. Oh. Oh my! To think such a thing was here all this time. Rats. Looks like we'll need the combination to get in. Okay. I can't examine this secret rafter full of booze. Called about an ongoing power outage and asked me, well, can't you redirect power just for a little bit? Oh. Oh. You can't open this without the combination, but I doubt Princess Rafa would know it. Well, if we can't open it, we can't open it. For now, let's continue our investigation and come back to this dilemma later. Have I not examined literally everything I could? Okay. What am I missing? What have I not examined? The chair, the door, the desk, the hairspray, the bed. Am I crazy? I'm missing something. If anybody sees it, let me know. There's no, like, other side. I hovered over them. That's why I was like, why can't I investigate the booze in the rafters. Who's texting me? Who's texting me? I'll check that later. Maybe I need to... Oh, wait. You know what I probably have to do? Barbed head. I, the royal priestess of Khura'in, shall share my thoughts on the abduction. You will? Listen carefully, for such opportunities do not come often. Yes, of course. We'd be grateful to hear anything you'd like to share. My father was very likely seeking to obtain the Founder's Orb, but it was not for the purposes of a coup d'etat. It was all for my sake. For your sake. Founder's Orb is capable of bestowing great spiritual power. My father truly believed that. And he wanted that power to be mine. I haven't finished my training, and I still can't channel spirits. He was doing it for me. Right, I see. Well, do you understand why he did it now? I would love to believe that, but I don't know if I do. I do, but it doesn't change the fact that Minister Inca was a kidnapper. But I guess you don't believe he is, do you? Oh! New information is sure to surface upon further investigation. Suffice to say, he did this all for me. End of story. Was he really trying to obtain the orb for Rafa? Somehow I doubt it. Speaking of powers, I wonder if Rafa will be performing the divination seance tomorrow. I should probably ask her about that. Your benevolence, I notice Nana isn't with you today. I know not where she has gone. I have not spoken with her since this morning. I assume she must be quite busy today. I did catch a glimpse of her a little after 2 o'clock. I tried calling out to her, but she went off somewhere again. A little after 2? That's about an hour before the murder. It was definitely her dad, dressed as Nana. Indeed. All the times for this to happen, she normally comes to me the moment I call her name. I know it's hard to believe, but even nannies have lives, you know. Your inability to find her after the murder is slightly alarming. I wonder if her absence is related to today's incident somehow. Do you think she was unwittingly caught up in them? Who knows? At the very least, I don't think she was at the scene of the crime. Nana, I hope she is all right. Rafa seemed really worried for Nana. I take it you'll be conducting tomorrow's divination seance? Who else if not I? Good point. The thing is, divination seances are all about what victims experienced in their final moments. It's a very sad cry from me. Okay, I'm gonna go check on her. She's sitting, I can hear her. She's sitting at the top of the stairs going, Alright, I'll be back in a sec. I don't know if she needs to go out or something. What's up? You want to I've returned. I don't know what she wanted. She just kind of stood in the rain for a couple of minutes. And then I gave her a yogurt Kong, so we'll see. So tomorrow, Rafa will experience her own father's death, exactly as it happened. She said, please turn the rain off. She does not like when it rains. She tolerates it, but it also means we have to wipe her paws, and she doesn't like that. She's gotta wear a raincoat. That's more than anyone ever should have to deal with. Do you really have to go through with the seance tomorrow? There's really no one else? What about just calling the whole thing off? It's not as if I'm doing this because I want to. No? Huh. Never mind. I misspoke. The divination seance is a very important duty of the royal priestess, and it is one I intend to fulfill. There's that word. Duty. Your benevolence. As crown princess, you are destined to rule this kingdom one day. That means there will be many things that you alone must determine. Things like how to keep your people happy, and what is true and what is false. And most importantly, what role you must play therein. I wonder if I am even up to the task. Performing the divination seance is very important for a priestess. But duty or not, it's a heavy burden for someone so young. Even worse, she'll be forced to watch her father's murder. Will it be a weight too heavy for her to bear? Your benevolence, has Nana served you long? Yes, she's been at my beck and call for as long as I remember. I have heard she even cared for me as an infant, right down to changing my diapers. Your diapers? Almost sounds like she could be your mother. Indeed, but that is a simple fact of life when your mother is busy being queen. Nina takes care of my every need. She is my teacher in all things as well. Rafa's pool of knowledge seems rather lopsided in some respects. Could that be the result of Nana's teachings? Nana, could it be that my trusted attendant has come to dislike me? Now that I think about it, perhaps I've been acting rather spoiled as of late. Oh, I'm sure she'll be back. Yes, I suppose Nana would never truly abandon me. Upon her return, I will do something nice for her. Perhaps she'd like a shoulder massage. And yet, I can't shake the feeling that Nana's connected to this case in some way. There we go. I'm really beginning to wonder what's inside that safe. Any idea what the combination might be, your benevolence? None whatsoever. It looks like a 4-digit combo lock, so maybe it's a date. But it's probably not anything that would be easy to guess. Well, let's try some dates and see what happens. I wonder what dates Inca would use the combination. Rafa's birthday, I don't know. When's your birthday, your benevolence? You are wasting your time. It could not possibly be my birthday. Oh, come on, it's worth a shot. Fine, it's December 24. Christmas Eve? Well, let's give it a try. 1, 2, 2, 4. Ah! I knew it. It opened. It did? Yep, and it looks like the bottom safe was a fake. Something meant to mislead would-be thieves, no doubt. Oh. I was like, what the fuck is that sound? Minnie's digging in the carpet. As she often does. It was still rendered quite ineffective by his use of such an easily guessed combination. Why, Father? Why my birth date? 'Cause he loves you? I don't know. Okay, let's see what's in here. This looks like a letter or something. Let's see. Dear Father, I wanted to wish you a happy birthday. You're always so kind, and I love you very much. I hope you live to be 100 years old. Love, Rafa. I wrote this to my father when I was 8 years old. Father, why would you hold on to something so childish and stupid? There's some other papers in here. Garen's assassination plot. Once I poisoned the queen, the throne will be mine. The spiritual power I obtained from the treasure will back up my claim. In the meantime, the secret police are to keep a close watch on Garen. This could have been planted. This is the plan for his coup d'etat. What? Give me that! It could have very easily been planted. I don't understand. It seems Justice Minister Inga was plotting the assassination of the queen. I can't get a good Edward's voice. It changes every time he talks. This can't be true. Father would never harm Mother. Poor Rafa. This has to come as a terrible shock. What's this? There's a photo in here too. So a woman and a baby. I wonder who they are. Is it the last queen and Nayuda? On the far left, there's a law book with the mark of the Defiant Dragons branded on it. Yeah. Wait, that's... Your benevolence? How can this be? Oh, baby girl. Princess Rafa. She's looking incredibly pale. Your benevolence, are you alright? Alright? How can I be alright? Huh? All that I've believed. It was all lies. I'm afraid I don't follow. What the heck's she talking about? Can I ask who the woman is in this picture? Hey, how should I know? It seems I didn't know anything that was going on. You were 14. Obviously you didn't. Doesn't look like I'm going to get much more out of her while she's like this. Mother. Huh? I must ask my mother about the secret she is hiding. What secret? I must go. Goodbye. Wait. What was that all about? It's like her mind was off somewhere else. It appears this photo really upset her. I wonder who the lady in this picture is. It's Amara and Nayuda. Stop, Shadow, come back. Stop, Shadow, come back here. It's what's it called? Albie. There we go. Wait, that sounds like Albie and I guess it's Shadow. That's odd. Commoners aren't normally allowed in this area. I wonder what's afoot. Alright. Nope. Let's go back to the outside. Ah! Edgeworth? Oh my god. I hope one of you has a good explanation for this. I'm so sorry! Hi, Albie. No, Shadow! Bad dog! Leave the man's frilly thingamajig alone! If you would kindly detach your dog from my cravat. Right away, sir. Just hold still and... Stop pulling like that. It'll only stretch the fabric. Come on, Shadow. Let go of his cha-cha-ma-call-it. This isn't working. I'll just have to pull harder then. 1, 2... Wait, what are you? 3! Ah! Come on! Oh my god. Oh, he's being choked. Honey. Were you trying to kill me? I'm really sorry, mister. My dog has a habit of attacking frilly things like that. Maybe for his sake, he should stick to more traditional targets like cars or his tail. What's worse, he snuck in here again today and stole some weird-looking hat. I don't know what to do anymore. Bad dog. You're a very bad dog. Wait a second. I've seen that hat before. Let's have a chat. Could I see that hat again? Sure. Wait, isn't this... Yup. Isn't this Nana's hat? But I thought she disappeared. Shadow swiped it from someone. Albie, how exactly did Shadow get this? Allow me to explain. It all started while we were on a walk through the bazaar today, when suddenly Dats popped up out of a manhole. Whoa! The fangs of the Defiant Dragons. That's our ball is here. Say, you want to join our cause, kid? Huh? Naturally, I was super startled by that weirdo's sudden appearance. Back, dog of the Garen regime. Huh? But this is my dog Shadow. Defiant Dragon's secret weapon. Dragon Snot Snaps. Achoo! Whoa! That face is so cute. Oh man, the look on your face. That was classic. Now he's just bullying a child. The sudden bang of the fireworks spooked Shadow and he ran off into the crowds. Shadow, come back here! That'll teach you, Garen's lapdog. You there, what do you think you're doing? Ah, not good! Dats, you're a little bit of an idiot. That's when the policeman came running over and hauled Dats away. That happened right around 2 p.m. if I remember correctly. I'm not even going to pretend I know what Dats was trying to do. I chased right after Shadow, and when I finally caught up to him here in the palace courtyard, he had this in his mouth. 2 p.m., That's about an hour before the minister's death. Nina supposedly went missing after the murder, but this would place her here at the palace at around 2. Actually, I just remembered I saw something pretty amazing around that time too. Something amazing? So, Albie, what was it you saw that was so amazing? I saw Their Eminence, Queen Garen, channeling a spirit. Is it really that big a deal to see her channeling someone? You bet it is. Commoners are never allowed to behold the sacred rite. Oh, can you tell me more? Of course, I'm always happy to explain. I believe it was around 2:10 today. I got lost in the palace grounds while looking for Shadow. Oh, what is this place? It gives me creeps. Where could Shadow have gone? In my search, I took a peek into a small room, and that's when I saw Queen Garen. She was channeling a spirit for a neighboring kingdom's king. I saw her transform right before my eyes. I was so excited I had to take a picture of it. Ooh, can I have that? You took a picture? I know I shouldn't have, but I just couldn't help myself. Between this and the treasure room, Albie's not exactly the picture of self-restraint. Her channeling rite ended right after that, so I ran off before anyone could spot me. You could have been arrested again, you know? Yeah, I know. Ow. Anyway, here's a copy of the picture. Just don't tell anyone I was the one who took it. I worry about his future sometimes. Okay. Let me, look at that more. Okay. Could it have been Maya? don't know. Come to think of it, how did you and Shadow get into the royal residence anyway? It's not open to commoners after all.
Allow me to explain.
I'll be in the courtyard.
There's a way to get into the palace from the bazaar. It's a bit of a tight squeeze, though. Shadow can easily fit, but anyone bigger than me is out of luck.
You don't say.
Yeah, part of the palace wall is damaged, and there's a hole I can just make it through.
Go on.
Bet you didn't know they have some really tasty food here.
Oh, then this isn't your first time in here, huh? Trespassing is illegal, you know.
No, it's not like that. I didn't mean any harm. It's just, I want to help change this kingdom.
What do you mean?
Well, after Miss Faye's trial, I started thinking, like, maybe there was something I could do to help the revolution, too.
Maya's trial, huh? That tragedy only happened because of how twisted Khura'in's legal system has become. How utterly foolish to cast away one's life for such a reason. There must have been other ways to cover up the crime. Yet had I done so, my wife would rush to my defense. And then when the case went to trial, she would suffer the same fate as I under the Defense Culpability Act. I could not have lived with myself had she been convicted because of that fiendish man. Excuse me. This cannot be. All I have done under the laws of our kingdom. It has all been... The DC Act led to the false charges against Maya and the High Priest's suicide. But that trial also caused the public to start questioning the current state of things. And it seems even Albie has some pretty strong feelings on the matter.
I knew there had to be something I could do to help. That's when I remembered the hole in the palace wall and started thinking, maybe I could sneak in and take a picture of one of the royals up to no good. I just want to do my part.
The spirit of revolution seems to be catching on, even with one so young. Right, the momentum is steadily building, and the tipping point is fast approaching. It's just a matter of when. I agree, and the public's perception of the Defiant Dragon seems to be changing too. But Albie, you can't go trespassing like that. Even if it's for a good cause, it's not right.
Okay, I won't do it again.
Albie, is that really all you have to confess? You haven't been up to any other mischiefs? And when I say you, I mean Shadow.
Huh? Oh, I don't know what you're talking about.
Nice try, Albie, but the proof is literally right in front of us. Okay. Maybe I examine it. Albie, you wouldn't happen to know how this urn got knocked over, would you?
Ah,
because her benevolence told me something rather interesting.
Be careful, some dingbat dog got in the courtyard and spilled water all over there.
A dingbat dog?
That's right, the yappy mutt spilled a whole urn's worth.
The dingbat dog she mentioned wouldn't happen to be Shadow, would it?
Oh. I guess the dog's out of the bag. Sorry I lied, but I was worried I'd get in trouble. I know I shouldn't lie to a lawyer like that.
No, it's not good to lie to anyone like that, so let's try to only tell the truth, okay, Albie? Hi, Ivy! How's it going?
Oh, Mr. Wright, I almost forgot. I saw a couple of Americans a moment ago. They had really weird haircuts, so I thought they might be friends of yours.
Really now, It seems your little friend thinks all us Americans have strange hairstyles. I suppose we have you to thank for that, right? So what exactly did their hair look like?
There was a guy with 2 crops of hair sticking out of his forehead like antenna. Then there was this lady with a long bunch of hair that looked like a big orange spider leg.
Oh, that sounds like Apollo and Athena. Spider leg, oh my god. What were they doing?
They were racing through the bazaar with the Garen Royal Guard in hot pursuit.
Wait, what? Why were they even being pursued? I'm not sure, but I have my suspicions. I just hope they're all right.
Sorry for not mentioning it before. It just kind of slipped my mind.
Oh my gosh, okay. That was a short part.
Those guys sure are persistent.
Yeah, they even wore me out, and that doesn't happen often.
Why are they after us anyway?
Apollo, it's the royal guards again.
Quick, hide.
Go down the manhole. All right, you have your final portfolio for your popular fairy tales class, and then you'll be done for the semester. Good luck. I hope it goes well. That's awesome.
Hey, where'd Hornhead and Spidey Hair go?
Spidey Hair? They're not talking about me, are they?
Is that a trick question? We know you're hiding somewhere around here.
Apollo, that weird-looking bird over there. Did it just... Yeah, it did.
It's called a warbad, and... You know what? I'll tell you all about it later when we're not being chased by masked men. Come out, wherever you are! Hand over the Founder's Orb if you know what's good for you. It figures they're after the orb.
I don't want to know what they'd do to us if we were captured. If they grill us in one of those obnoxious, loud voices, I'd cave after the first hour to confess whatever they wanted, truth or no.
Come out now, you foreign devils! This has gone far enough. You must not keep Her Eminence waiting any longer. We've got to get out of here. Must be a safe place to hide somewhere.
There.
Look, a manhole. Ah, that's right. Say, son, do you remember my office? Sure, I remember that messy, dimly lit room. The file I've amassed on Amara's assassination is kept there. I think it might help you in this case. Do you remember how to get there? Athena, I know where we can hide. Follow me.
Oh, where are we going? Wait, you're not seriously thinking about going down there. It smells like rotten eggs. And are those rats I hear?
We've got no choice. I can get us somewhere safe, but this is the only way in. Quick, before it's too late.
Ugh, it's going to take forever to get this stench out of my hair. I feel that, Athena. I would not want to go down there either.
Looks like we lost them. That was close. Dirk's office.
Excuse me.
How long has it been since I last set foot in here? At least we're safe now, but... Why is Athena all huddled over in the corner like that? Ah! Dats? AJ, what the heck are you doing here? Garen's royal guards are after us. Once a rebel, always a rebel. Don't worry, the regime doesn't know about this place, so you can relax now. Good, but since when am I part of the rebellion? I don't recall signing up. Apollo.
Oh, hi, Phoenix.
Mr. Wright, what are you doing here?
We saw you two go into that manhole. You narrowly escaped the guard's notice. It was like watching a pair of ostriches burying their heads in the sand. I guess that was a closer shave than I thought. I guess his tie is kind of pink. In this game. I don't know. Anyway, you're safe and sound now, and that's what really counts. Oh, also I have some evidence for you.
Thanks, Mr. Wright.
So, what is this dubious hovel we found ourselves in anyway?
It's the Defiant Dragon's safe house, also known as the former Sadmati law offices.
I see. Well, though it might just be happenstance, here I am, a chief prosecutor, hiding out in a rebel base.
Please don't report this place to the local police, Prosecutor Edgeworth. Might as well take a look around while we're waiting for the heat to die down out there. Come on, Athena, stop moping over there and help me check this place out.
Please tell me there's a shower here.
There's a sink in the kitchen, and if you're lucky, maybe even some soap.
I'm sorry I even asked. Alright, let's look around again. I'm just gonna start left to right.
There's a scary-looking knife sticking out of the queen's picture. If anyone saw this, they'd think the Defiant Dragons were a violent group. Oh, that? That was actually me trying to kill a fly. I threw that knife at it, but I whiffed, and the thing ended up stuck right between her eyes. You mean this wasn't on purpose? Dats, what's with the altar? It's where we pay our respects to the victims of the Defense Culpability Act. The DC Act is a heinous law that puts innocent people to death. A law that's supposed to protect the people sends them to their graves instead. Talk about insane.
Who's the kid?
Wait a second,
that's you, Apollo. I'd recognize those horns anywhere.
is that really the only way anybody recognizes me?
You were so cute. And who's that fine-looking young man?
That's Nayuda, back when he used to smile.
Wow, his smile is absolutely angelic.
Sure brings back memories. That was taken the day we all went out fishing.
What was Prosecutor Sanmari like when he was younger?
He was kind of quiet, but passionate when it came to his convictions. When he finally made prosecutor, he was all fired up to change Khura'in for the better. But now he's nothing more than Garen's lackey. Seems like Dats has a lot to say about Nayuda. I'll ask him about his thoughts later.
Ew, is that a newt?
Come on, Athena. Can't you tell a gecko when you see one?
What's the difference?
Geckos like to live in houses, while newts prefer to be outside near water. They're totally different creatures.
Well, how do you know this one wasn't caught outside near some water? Could very well be a gecko.
No, I'm pretty sure it's a newt.
Oh, so then you agree it's a newt, Apollo?
Ah, I fell right into a trap.
You're both wrong. It's just a plain old lizard.
I'm surprised to see so many appliances here. There's even a TV. Speaking of which, we gave the people in Khura'in quite a shock. When the Plumed Punisher, Warrior of Neo-Twilight Realm, was last on TV. You mean the show where the actors play the parts of Dirk and Rafa? You hijacked that in the middle of its broadcast, right? Yep, all their writers do each week is try to ruin the Defiant Dragon's good name. So we decided to hit them where it hurts. Must have been real shocking, especially for the kids who'd waited all week to see it. I mean, the show's main villain was actually hijacking the very show he's in.
I wonder what's in this file. Oh, it's full of newspaper clippings. The arson incident involving Mara's private residence. Mara was slipped a sleeping pill and perished in the fire. The letter found at the scene had Dirk's fingerprints on it. Seems to be a collection of documents and information on Amara's assassination. So this is what Dirk was talking about. We already know most of the stuff here on top. Let's see what else there is. Wow, where did he get all this? Anything important here? Page 20. Apollo's roving musician father got caught up in this incident and lost his life. He was struck in the head by the culprit, roving musician. The victim's passport and any pictures of him were burned up in the fire. Without knowing his real name, no divination seance could be performed. What about this? Apollo's roving musician father got caught up in the incident and lost his life. What? This is about your father, Apollo.
Looks like it, but I was never told much more than what's written here.
Really? How come?
Dirk always skated around the subject. Maybe he thought I was still too young. Plus, I always thought of Dirk as my dad, so I never really brought it up.
Oh, I see. Still, I feel kind of sorry for your real dad.
My real dad. I was never really interested in learning about him. But after seeing this picture, I can't help but feel a little curious. I wonder if Dads could tell me anything about him.
Apollo, this file looks like it might be useful, but there's so many pages I can't tell what's important.
I need someone to help organize all this, and I think I know just the person to ask. This is Dirk's old law book.
Look, there's a mark on the cover. It looks like it was branded on with a hot iron. Yeah, I think it was done in protest against the Defense Culpability Act. There's an entry on the DC Act right here, see? Got like a million things I want to show not Dirk. Dad's. And the name for evidence, those who be recorded. Oh, so this is the infamous anti-lawyer law you guys are always talking about. Dirk's jacket. You should try it on, Apollo. It might actually suit you. Really?
There's also a spare eye patch in there. Why not try that on too?
Sorry. Just picturing you and all that. It's too funny. Athena, we saw him in an eye patch and long coat last game. Ow, my pride. Satmati Law Offices. That's the sign Dirk used to display out front. Hey, Daps. I heard the office used to do quite a bit of business.
That it did. Dirk was a famous lawyer with countless courtroom victories after all. He was the dauntless dragon who turned trials upside down. Snatching victory from the jaws of defeat, his fame as a lawyer spread far and wide across Khura'in back in the day.
I hope the day comes when he can proudly display the sign again. Alright. I think that's everything. I don't care about that. Or the spider webs. I want to show him. I have a bunch of things. But I want to show him this. See. Ah! What? Do you know something about this?
Nope, just felt like shouting is all.
You had me going there for. Okay. Alright. Dats, about this file. Can you help me figure out which pages are the most relevant?
Yep, sure can do. Got the whole thing memorized. See, this page is definitely worth a look.
As the son of the terrorist Dirk, Nayuta was expelled from the royal family. The idea that the sins of the father are visited upon his children is deeply rooted in the minds of the Khura'inese people. Oh, that's right! Prosecutor Sadmati was part of the royal family, wasn't he?
Yep, but he was expelled after that whole thing with Dirk happened. He must have gone through hell once he entered the legal world, though.
Because of the sins of the father are visited upon his children thing?
Yep, in the eyes of the people, Dirk is not only a traitor to his kingdom, he's also the terrorist who assassinated the previous queen. So, as his son, Yudi no doubt got the cold shoulder at every turn.
That must have been really hard on him.
Yeah, the ties between father and son aren't something you could break, even if you tried. No matter where he went, he was probably labeled the son of a criminal. But despite it all, he made a name for himself through blood, sweat, and tears. I mean, just look at him now. He's a star prosecutor working cases around the globe. He's become a hero, the pride and joy of Khura'in.
Now that's the Nayuta I know. Super smart and never willing to give in. He must have studied and fought like his life depended on it to get where he is today. Cool. Dads, I wanted to ask you about this picture.
That's the picture of your pops that Dirk found. And he had a heck of a time tracking it down. Said he searched all over for it.
Why? Why would he go through all that trouble? Dads, please tell us everything you know about Apollo's dad. Alright. So, Dads, you guys are still using this office, I see.
Yep, except now it's the official HQ of the Defiant Dragons. But as Dirk said, and I quote, "We must keep it for the day when Khura'in needs lawyers once more."
Restoring the legal system to its rightful form through popular uprising. You can tell how much Dirk believes in his cause.
Oh, and AJ, Dirk said something else that might interest you. He said he hopes you'll come back and take over this office someday.
Take over? Me?
Those were his words. He may have been half joking, though. Dirk, guess what I heard from PW? AJ's become a lawyer. Yeah, I've been meaning to tell you. Must have been because of you, Dirk. I'm not so sure about that. I imagine he's already forgotten about me. What are you talking about? I bet he can't wait to follow in your footsteps. Huh,
Haha. Nothing would make me happier. Maybe one day he'll return to Khura'in and take over this office. It's just a pipe dream, though.
Dirk really said that?
Dirk was never a hands-on kind of dad, but not a day went by that he wasn't thinking of you. That much I'm sure of.
Doesn't get more paternal than that.
Dirk, I think I really did spend my days trying to forget you. I'm looking forward to a nice, long talk once you're free.
Dad, wasn't Nayuda once part of the Defiant Dragons?
Yep, Yudi was a rising star in the Resistance. He vowed to fight for the cause through the legal system. He said he'd become a prosecutor and give Inga and Garen the smackdown they deserved. But now he's, a puppet of the Garen regime. Not only that, but now he's gonna prosecute his own dad. Doesn't add up.
I wonder what happened to him.
Me too, but if I had to guess, I'd say Garen has some serious leverage over him. Leverage? Like what? Wish I knew. But it seems like Dirk knows. I tried to press him about it, but he wouldn't say.
Come to think of it, Dirk did say...
Nayuda is suffering? Yes, he knows the rightful state of Khura'in's legal system. But something forces him to bend to Garen's will, and it's tearing him apart. If that's the case, I bet Nayuda doesn't really want to go through with Dirk's prosecution. Sorry. Just sound like a full body shudder for some reason.
Do you know what my biological father was like?
Dirk once told me about him. He was a modern minstrel, walking the world and making music in his travels.
This file also has some information on your real dad. It says he died in the blaze at Queen Amara's residence 23 years ago.
That's right. Dirk had invited him over. Dirk's the kind of guy who can become fast friends with just about anyone. And it seems your pops was like that too, AJ. They hit it off at a bar. And the next thing you know, Dirk's asked him over to play some tunes.
And then the place went up in flames.
Yeah, Dirk had just stepped out for a sec when the fire broke out. Apollo, you were there too, but you were still just a baby.
I remember hearing about that when I was little. I forgot his voice for a second.
Yeah, it was a cry and shame. Your pops just happened to take you along that day. So you were there with him when the fire broke out. But Dirk risked his life to save you. It's like Dirk's done nothing but save me all my life. All your pops' stuff got burned up, including anything that could have helped us identify him. All we knew about him at first was his stage name, Jangly Justice, or something like that.
What the fuck?
Dirk did everything he could to dig up what little we know now.
What about my mother? What about my mother? Do you know anything about her?
All we know is she was traveling with your pops, but that day she was off doing something on her own. So then she probably didn't even know my father had been with Dirk, huh?
But she must have been desperate to find you and your father once you gone missing.
No doubt, but the Queen's assassination threw the kingdom into chaos. The police were so overwhelmed they were probably hardly of any help to her. We searched and searched till our legs gave out too, but we never found her. And with your father's stuff all burned up, we had zero leads, not even a photo. So that's how I became an orphan. Yeah, who knows, maybe your mom read about the details of the fire in the newspaper. And maybe she figured you died along with your pops.
Wow, I had no idea you'd been through all that, Apollo.
So then you believe me. You believe in my You believe me. You believe in my son's innocence. What?
Your poor son, in prison for a crime he didn't commit. Let's petition the government for his release and a declaration of innocence.
Oh, thank you. I'm forever in your debt.
Who's that?
Hey there, Mrs. Inme. Hard at work, I see.
Yes, I have my own battle that I must wage. After all, there are many who suffer under the Defense Culpability Act.
Mrs. Inme, don't forget about our case, too.
I won't. I will look into it as soon as I'm able.
Dats, what's Mrs. Inme doing here?
She's lending an ear to all those suffering under the regime's wrongful accusations. A lady whose husband's been imprisoned, parents whose son's been falsely charged. She's helping all those types of people.
So she's trying to help the revolution along, in her own special way.
Yep, and thanks to her, more and more folks are coming over to our side. All the people who have been unhappy with the regime have been waiting for just this chance, and they're starting to speak out in support of us.
The people are responding, and a grassroots movement is growing. Dirk's dream of revolution may finally come true. What should we do about the Founder's Orb? We'll probably run into the Royal Guards again the moment we leave this place. Well, we can't stay here forever, so we'll just have to think of something. I've got it. Why don't you hold on to it, Dats? It should be safe here, right?
You can count on me. I'll get it back to you in time for tomorrow's trial at the Hall of Justice.
Founders Orb left with Dats. What now, Paulo? Well, we've got a handle on what happened 23 years ago. Maybe we should pay Dirk a visit. There's something I want to show him. I'll join you. I want to talk to him before tomorrow's trial. Maybe I should wait here then. We'll attract undue attention if we go into large of a group. Into colorful of a group. Alright, let's fucking go. Here we go.
Hey there, son. Came to see your old man again.
Hi, Dirk. Guess they're done questioning you? You forget, why was Apollo evil for a second? Evil? What do you mean?
Yeah, you'd think Nayuda might have cut his old man's a little slack, but no. He really laid it into me. Seems they're really keen on recovering the Founder's Orb.
Mean and cape wearing. Do you mean in the last game when he had the eye patch and was like being an asshole to Athena? He was like that because, well, why the fuck was he? He was mad because, I mean, Clay died, but he was like suspected that Athena might have been involved in the death of her mother, or like might have been the murderer. And so he was like trying to find out for himself if that was what happened. So he was being all a loner and assholey. But he did look like Dirk for a little bit.
When I wouldn't tell him where it was, he confiscated what few possessions I had left.
Wait, Dirk's not wearing his attorney's badge. They even took that from him?
He confiscated all my prized jailbreaking tools.
What did you expect? I mean, no prosecutor in their right mind would let a prisoner keep stuff like that. Did he take your attorney's badge too?
No, I thought it strange, but just when it looked like he was going to take it from me, he changed his mind.
I wonder why.
Indeed. I find it hard to understand anything he does these days.
Your Khura'in attorney's badge. You've worn it all these years, even though all the lawyers are gone.
Yes, because the dragon's eye is the embodiment of my creed.
Show the world that a dragon never yields, huh? Hey, Dirk. Why do you still wear your badge? You're not a lawyer anymore, right?
This badge is my heart and soul, son. I'll never stop trying to realize my dream. Not until my very last breath.
Whoa, my voice cracked there.
Dragon never yields, right?
A dragon never yields, right?
Exactly. Nayuda, Apollo, I vow to restore Khura'in's legal system to its rightful state one day. I want to pass on to you a world where you can live free from the fears of tyranny.
He was always saying stuff like that to the two of us. Nayuda, is the reason why you didn't take Dirk's badge
Because you still remember those talks too? I really hope that's what it is. Son, would you keep my badge for me? Are you sure? I can't take something so important to you. That's exactly why I want you to hold on to it, Apollo. I'm placing my fate in your hands. Alright, I'll make sure it stays safe.
Alright, I'm gonna ask him about...
That's the only remaining photo of your father. Take good care of it. I will. I'm just surprised to see it after all these years. I had a tough time tracking it down and retrieving it. It was taken by some European tourists who just happened to be watching your father. I had one of my men go to Europe to look them up and ask whether we could have it. He went through all of that trouble? I did, so don't go losing it or anything. I said I'd take good care of it, didn't I?
Okay, I want to present this.
Is that for me, son?
No, I was just wondering if you knew anything about it.
What? You came to visit me and you didn't even bring a present?
Okay.
I prepared that myself. Use it well. I'm surprised you were able to gather this much information. It wasn't easy. After all the evidence from the assassination was lost in the fire, and the newly installed Garin regime was in full control of the media. Every lead I tried to follow led to a dead end. So then how am I supposed to solve this case? You'll figure something out once tomorrow's trial is underway.
Excuse me. Jove Justice. Well, now that we have his picture and name, can't we spirit channel him?
After all, no one looked into this assassination since my last trial. I hope I can turn things around enough to snatch victory from the jaws of defeat.
Okay.
Careful with that. Don't go showing it around town. You'll be branded a rebel. But I'm not a rebel. Don't be ridiculous. You're a member of the Defiant Dragon simply by being my son. Or did you think that dragon tattoo on your rear end was just for show?
What? You have a tattoo on your butt, Apollo? Let me see. Relax, Athena. He's just jerking our chains again. Okay. Alright. What else do I need to show him? Just gonna show him everything.
Found this in the tomb. Look familiar?
Ah, that's...
Dirk? Where did you find that?
Down between the monk statues in the tomb.
Is it yours, Dirk?
Oh, it's something I bought. Why is he suddenly acting all awkward?
I wonder when I lost it.
Let's have it. It's very important to me. Of course. I'll just make a note about it for future reference. It's definitely his wife's. Apollo, remember how Inga said he had someone dear? How Inga said he had someone dear to Dirk? Why don't you ask about that? Oh, right. I'll give it a try. Okay. What did the minister mean when he said he had someone dear to you in the palm of his hand? Who was he talking about? Nayuda seemed to know, but he wouldn't tell me anything.
Well, I've no idea, so...
Well, you obediently followed his every word after he said that. So it seems to me the minister was in close proximity to someone you really care about.
Oh, someone you really care about that isn't Nayuda?
Wait, don't tell me. Is there a new lady in your life, Dirk?
What? No, don't be ridiculous, son.
I'm pretty sure it is Nayuda.
The love of my life was Amara, but she's gone now and there will never be another.
Oh, girlfriend. Oh, my bracelet. Wait, does this mean... Dirk, have you really not met somebody new? Alright. Alright, girly. Oh, oh.
Gotcha!
Okay. No, I fucked it up. I fucked it up. So is dude fathering a shit ton of kids or what? Okay, maybe it's gonna be this hand. Is it really not?
Gotcha!
Okay, I guess it's not that. Alright. Okay, no, his hand is moving. Okay. I don't know. His hand doesn't move at all. I'm so confused. I don't know what is possibly the problem. Hold on. I only have so much patience. Forearm in the sling. Oh!
Gotcha!
Dirk, you can't fool me. You tensed up when you said, but she's gone now. And you unconsciously moved your arm, causing something to press up against your jacket. How did you do that? Oh, so that's it. You're hiding a woman's photo up your sleeve. You don't have to keep secrets like that from me, Dirk. You're an eligible bachelor now, but you'll introduce her to me at some point, right? I keep telling you there's no other woman. Fine, then let's see it. What are you hiding up your sleeve? It's just this. Satisfied? Huh? But that's the pendant we found in Amar's tomb. See, I wasn't trying to hide anything. Then why did he tense up? Dirk, let me take a look at that. Ugh! Hey, what's this button for? Whoa! It's a picture of Dirk and some lady. She's really young looking, too. Mon Dieu! Are you into younger women, Dirk? Dirk, you old dog, you. Oh my god. You got yourself a younger lover. Apollo, what is this? Stop talking to your dad like that. Will you stop with this nonsense? This is Amara before she died. Look closer, you'll see I was younger too. Hey, you're right. Aw, that's no fun. Wait a second. Haven't we seen this woman before? Now that you mention it, isn't this woman the same as the one at the... Now we can finally confirm what I always knew. The woman in the pendant is also the one in this photo. Apollo, where did you get this? From the safe in Inga's room. Apollo, if this is Queen Amara, it had to have been taken at least 23 years ago. But that's just not possible. Yeah, I just noticed the same thing. Here's why this photo couldn't be 23 years old. Take a look at the law book. It has the mark of the Defiant Dragons branded on it. But that mark didn't exist until after you started your revolutionary activities, Dirk. So this photo must have been taken after Garen came into power. And that didn't happen until after Amara was assassinated. Is Amara not actually dead? So then how could Amara even be in this photo? Wait a second. That would mean that Amara is still alive? Looks like you found me out, son. Wait, so it's actually true?
How the fuck? Then who died? Who's in that tomb?
Dirk, what do you mean Amara's still alive? I thought she'd been assassinated. So did I. But it seems she made it out alive, only to be held captive by the Garen regime. Holy shit! Why would they do that? When I fled from the law and went underground 23 years ago, I heard some shocking news from a Defiant Dragon spy. There were rumors of Queen Amara being sighted in the palace. And those rumors turned out to be true? Yes, I snuck into the palace to see for myself. She was confined within the grounds, but otherwise she was as fit as a fiddle.
So then the sarcophagus in the tomb, it's empty.
Yes, that entire tomb is one big charade. Garen had it built to stage Amara's death.
So we're not going to be cursed by her vengeful spirit? That's a relief.
She was being held under virtual house arrest, so I freed her. We made a run for it. This photo was taken back then.
Look how they're both grinning from ear to ear. There's a fingerprint on the metal part. I guess Dirk must have left it by accident. Oh, Mr. Sadmati, I would hear all about how you ran away with Queen Amara. Okay. I'm surprised Amara agreed to run away with you. I mean, Garen must have told her that you tried to kill her.
I tried to convince her I wasn't the one who set the blaze.
And she believed you?
She said, and I quote, "I shall accompany you so I may ascertain the truth myself." She always was a tough one to read.
I bet she was thrilled you came to rescue her, Mr. Sadmati. To be set free by your beloved. It's like something out of a fairy tale.
Yeah, well, there was no happily ever after once Garen's people caught up with us. They took Amara away to who knows where. I snuck back into the palace and searched high and low for her, but to no avail. They probably moved her to some remote mountain prison or the like.
Dirk, does Nayuta know about this?
He knows she's his true mother. I told him as much. He knows she's his true mother. I told him as much.
Wait, is that why Nayuta is following Garen's orders?
Most likely.
So then, do you think that deep down he doesn't really want to prosecute you?
Well, he's not one to show his feelings, and lately I've had no idea what he's thinking.
Apollo, we need to grill the Queen about Amara when we have the chance. I was wondering about something. The little baby the lady's holding. Is that Prosecutor Sadmati? Not necessarily. It could just as well be me. After all, we're only 1 year apart. I don't know. I mean, the kid in the picture is too cute to be you. Let's settle this by asking Dirk himself. I guess I have to present the picture again. Dirk, about the cute little kid in this photo. Is that me?
Huh? What are you talking about?
See, I told you it was Prosecutor Sadmati.
Oh, I see. Well, either way, it's not you, son.
So then, if it's Nayuta, it was taken when he was about a year old, right? And that would mean you ran away with Amara around 22 or 23 years ago?
You're pretty good with numbers, son. Impressive.
Huh? What kind of answer is that? I think this man is fathering a shit ton of kids. I think we've got a second Sadmati child somewhere.
Before you go, son, there is something else I need to tell you. Something important. What is it, Dirk? I've never seen you act so serious before. So what's this something important you have to tell me? Listen, son. Even if you manage to prove me innocent tomorrow, I don't have long to live. I'm sorry? Huh? What are you talking about? What I mean is, I can already hear the Twilight Realm calling my name. There is no escaping death now that it has set its sights on me. What? Is this another one of your jokes? I wish it was.
You can't fool me, Dirk.
That's strange. Why isn't my bracelet reacting?
Are you sick?
It's something like that.
So you're not joking?
I'm afraid not, son. Sorry.
Isn't there a cure? Or at least some sort of treatment?
Unfortunately not. Not for what I've got.
If you need some kind of surgery, I'll work hard until I can pay for it. So, please.
It's too late. There's nothing more to be done now.
But you always say a dragon never yields, so why are you giving up now?
Apollo, I'm sorry. I really am.
I don't understand. Why is this happening, Dirk? Why?
Listen, Apollo, I've got a favor to ask of you. Would you keep quiet about this? I don't want my fellow dragons to find out. They'd lose all hope if they knew I was dying. Would you do that for me?
Of course. Why is this happening now? Just when I was finally starting to feel like you really are my... Dirk, more like Zeus with how many kisses dude has. I thought this time we'd finally... But now... Maybe the... No. Wait. Maybe the baby is... Rafa? I don't know. Probably not. I can't think of who else this baby would be. Because it's definitely not from 23 years ago. He is fucking lying about that. It's not Nayuta, and it's not Apollo, obviously. The only other person we've met is Rafa, who it could have been. Damn it. Why? Apollo.
Listen, son, I don't have much longer to live, but I'll never let them execute me, not before I finish what I need to do.
I know, Dirk. There's no way I'm going to let them prove you guilty. Before he goes, I'm going to turn back time by righting the wrongs that have been done. I'm going to restore Dirk's freedom. And return a real smile to Nayuta's face. I'm going to win this case. I just have to. We got this, Apollo.
Son, I have one more big secret.
What? There's something else you've been hiding from me?
I'm afraid I can't tell you what it is. I'd be betraying a certain someone if I did.
Huh? What's that supposed to mean?
Forgive me. You will just have to find out for yourself. That's the only way.
Is it figuring out who Apollo's mom is? I don't understand, Dirk.
Apollo, in court tomorrow, you may find yourself faced with a truth that is difficult to accept. But I know you, and I know you can handle the truth no matter what it turns out to be. I know that because I believe in you. You're my son, after all.
Dirk, what is he talking about? Wait, he's not going to reveal that he actually is the killer, is he? Looks like we've run out of things to discuss. Apollo, are you okay?
I'm fine.
Whoa!
What's going on out there? Sounds like the party's getting started without me. Huh?
It's coming from the temple. Let's go, Apollo, and take a look. Okay.
Whoa, what is all this?
Oh, Dats.
Let go, will ya? What are they?
Huh? Well, look at that. The people are coming to take their courts back.
Don't hold back, man! Arrest them all!
Beat the shit out of them, guys. Punch the police. Hell yeah, Dats. We love to fucking see it. Hell fucking yes. Beat the shit out of those pigs.
Dirk belongs to the people. Give him back. Yeah, where are you holding him? Quiet down, you.
They have my big sister too, but she didn't do anything wrong.
Stop pulling my hair. Release my son. Release him now. Stop that. No biting.
This is really something. And it looks like Dats and Mrs. Indy are leading the charge. You unenlightened fools. Do you honestly think this will change anything? Oh, you unenlightened fools.
Yudi, why do you keep serving that witch Garen?
It's... Hey, Nayuta. You again. What's going on here? It would appear that the insurgents are fanning the flames of rebellion. But I never thought it would grow so large. However, they will all be under arrest shortly. Reinforcements are almost here. They'll be arrested just for protesting? They are aiding and abetting a criminal by seeking his release. Her Eminence, Queen Garen, has ordered they be arrested and judged en masse.
But weren't you once a member of the Defiant Dragons too? How can you go along with this?
I am simply following the orders that Her Eminence has handed down.
No. It can't be as simple as that. Listen, Nayuta, there's something I want to talk to you about. Hey, you're not getting away this time. We need to talk.
I see there is no reasoning with you. Very well then, speak.
Nayuta, do you really have to serve as prosecutor on Dirk's case? I mean, prosecuting your own flesh and blood. It's just not right.
Again with this drivel. Your ethical standards are not the be-all, end-all of the world around you.
I'm not getting into another debate with him. Nayuta, did you know that Dirk is sick?
What?
He apparently doesn't have that much longer to live. If found guilty, he probably wouldn't even make it until his execution day.
What are you talking about?
Knowing this, are you still prepared to send an already dying man to his grave? Well, Enough with the Zen monk act, Nayuta. Tell me how you really feel.
Mr. Justice, each person is born with a role to fulfill, and I must fulfill mine.
Well, I'm not convinced that taking Dirk to trial is part of your lot in life. As for why you've been at Garen's every beck and call, I think I might have the answer. Nayuta, you know the truth about your mother, don't you? About how the former queen is still alive and being held somewhere.
So Dirk told you, did he? Yes, it's true. My mother was spirited away to some remote corner of this kingdom to keep her safe from harm.
Safe from harm? But Dirk said the Garen regime is holding her captive.
No, they are keeping her safe.
So you don't know where Amara is being held?
I only know that it is somewhere, some secluded hideaway where visitors are not allowed. I have heard she leads a simple life, akin to that of monastic disciples.
Sure sounds like she's being held captive to me. Listen, Nayuta, aren't you really doing the queen's bidding? Because she's holding Amara captive? And this whole thing with Dirk, you know he didn't really kill Inga, don't you? Dirk doesn't have much longer to live, so I want to help him however I can. This time it's our turn. You could have been killed, but you risked your life to save us. Why? What a silly question. What father wouldn't risk his life to save his own children? Nayuda, Apollo, don't you ever hesitate to call when you need me. Understand? It's our turn to help Dirk however we can. What you speak of is futile. Let it go and move on.
Well, Nayuda and Apollo are like adopted siblings, because Apollo is Dirk's foster child. But yes, Apollo does have a bajillion siblings. The guilty verdict, the hopelessness, you must resign yourself to it all. Clinging to false hope now will only serve to magnify your future despair. So let it go and move on. Nayuda, are you really going to just roll over on this? I've no more time for idle chatter. I must prepare for tomorrow's trial. Now, if you'll excuse me. Oh god, he just fucking vanished. Apollo, I sensed a whirlpool of emotions coming from within Prosecutor Sadmati just now. Anger, shock, bewilderment, and an icy sorrow as deep and dark as an abyss. Yeah, I picked up on that too. Looks like Dirk really won't be the only one who will need my help tomorrow. Apollo's the man of 100 backstories after all. Hi, Cody. You are correct. I think it's about time to pay Queen Garen another visit and ask her about her sister Amara. Alright, let's go. I guess the audience chamber? The royal guard isn't around. That is utter hooey. You cannot continue to deceive people like this. Oh, you cannot continue to deceive people like this. I thought it was Reva. Reva, justice is much more than simply speaking the truth. Is that Princess Reva and Queen Garen over there? You deceived me too, Mother. How can I ever believe a word you say again? You nincompoop. Ah! Your benevolence. I couldn't help but overhear. You impudent. Ow! Are you okay, Mr. Wright? Can't believe she actually punched you. Yeah, I'm used to it by now. What's the matter with the princess? Sounds like she was arguing with her mother. Maybe it has something to do with this picture. Reva said she had to ask her mother about some secret or another as soon as she saw it. So then, does this mean that Princess Reva knows what really happened? That Amara wasn't assassinated and is still very much alive? Would seem so. She doesn't seem to be taking Garen's lies very well. How many times has Phoenix been punched in this series now? It's a great question. A good number of times. Reva's punched him like 10 times today. But that's no surprise, considering how much Reva reveres her mother. That would definitely cause her a great deal of anguish and sadness. Eavesdropping, are we? How very rude. You there. Are you not Dirk's son? Oh, nice to meet you, Your Eminence. We're actually here to speak with you, if you could spare a moment. Your Eminence, Dirk told me about Amara. About how she's still alive, that is. We know not of what you speak. After Dirk learned Amara was still alive, he rescued her, and they ran off together. But she still was captured, and remains captive in a secret location. But she was captured. To this day. As for Nayuda doing your bidding, it's only because Amara's life is in your hands. Oh, what an active imagination you have. Ah ha 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 ha. Lawyer and a comedian, how droll. Whoa, where'd they come from? Anyway, if she's gonna play dumb, I'll just have to jog her memory with some evidence. Yeah. They better not take this fucking picture from me and rip it up.
Your Eminence, Eminence, I ask that you take a look at this photo.
Oh my god, sorry.
Why, it's a photo of Amara, and here you can see a law book bearing the mark of the Defiant Dragons. I believe you know what that means.
Very well. Royal guards, stand down.
Yes, Your Eminence. Your wish is our command.
It seems there is no need to perpetuate this charade any longer. Shall we? We shall speak of all we know.
So then, you admit that Amara is still alive?
Yes, she is under our protection in a safe location.
I think you mean being held prisoner. And where is she being kept?
Now, why would we tell the son of a traitor that?
Guess she has a point there.
Now heed our warning, horned devil. It would not be wise to inform the people that Amara yet lives. It would only serve to plunge public order into chaos.
I have no intention of doing that. Besides, there are real terrorists out there who might try to kill her.
Good. Now, there was something we have been meaning to ask you. Do you know what has become of the Founder's Orb? The Founder's Orb went missing after Dirk took it into the tomb. As his son, we thought you might know something of its current whereabouts.
I knew it. I suppose I should thank you for that free running tour of Khura'in. Or I knew it.
I knew it. I love how she's still in control of the country, but they're gonna walk right up and be like, hey, you've been doing shady stuff, haven't you? Yeah. The fact that they can, like, just walk in and talk to her is kind of crazy. That was the Royal Guard's own doing.
Nice try, lady. But now you're definitely not getting the orb, ever. Why do you want the orb so badly, anyway?
Because it would be most dangerous in the wrong hands. It must be recovered. Is the legend true? Can the orb really impart spiritual power? Are you worried that someone could overthrow you with it? The Holy Mother's power is without equal. Should Her Holiness once again return to our world, she can conceivably bestow great power upon the one who unlocked the orb's secrets. I guess it makes sense, considering spirit channeling is a fact of life here. So we ask you, horned devil, did you receive the Founder's Orb from Dirk?
Does it look like I did?
So you like to play games, do you? Royal Guard.
Yes, Your Eminence.
Search this devil and his belongings.
What? At once, Your Eminence. Don't move. You're only making this harder on yourself. Yikes. Hey, cut it out. Ah! What the?
Really, as bonkers, you'd think them being defense lawyers would make them even more restricted on top of Apollo being Dirk's son. Yeah.
Apollo, don't strip here. Stop resisting. Just submit to our strip search.
Oh my god.
No, wait. Hey, cut it out. What do you mean strip? It's a big giant orb. Why would...
What the fuck do they keep doing to him? Rest in pieces, my poor tattered dignity. Cody.
No sign of the Founder's Orb, Your Eminence.
So, you have hidden it somewhere. No matter. We shall recover it one way or another once you are found guilty of abetting the accused.
Dirk was right. She really is bent on getting the orb.
Mother!
Looks like the princess is back.
I took a stroll to try to calm myself, but I still find the situation unacceptable. The people must be informed about Queen Amara.
So she does know about that.
Rafa, you do not yet possess a clear grasp of how a government and its people interact. There will always be secrets that must be kept from the ignorant masses. You have little faith in our people, Mother. But it is the royal priestess's duty to always speak the truth. And as such, I cannot remain silent. I will not. The truth, you say? Your mind has been poisoned by the barbed one. It was an honor and a pleasure, Your Eminence. Good, Phoenix. We must speak with our child. It is a mother's duty to discipline her child, after all. Now, if you would excuse us.
Discipline. Coming from her, I don't like the sound of that at all.
Well, Apollo, let's head back to the safe house for now.
Good idea. We need to go over what we found and collect our thoughts.
Okay. You're back.
Thank you for holding down the fort, Chief Prosecutor Edgeworth. Sorry it took so long. Hope you weren't too bored.
I watched The Plumed Punisher, Warrior of Neo-Twilight Zone, while you were gone. And my verdict is, it's an outrage, especially his theme song. Even worse, the people here believe it's an original Khura'in show. Can you believe it? I've already spoken about...
Not sure what he's babbling about, but at least it seems he wasn't bored.
My little nerdy Chief Prosecutor. Moving along to things that actually matter. Phoenix! You can't talk to your boyfriend like that. We've gathered about all the information and evidence we can concerning this case. I think it's time we go over everything we learned so far. The Orb trial, Maya's abduction, and the murder of the mastermind behind it all, Justice Minister Inga. It's a lot to consider. Do you have all the facts straight in your head?
Yep, I've got it covered, Mr. Wright. It's the truth about what really went down that's going to be the problem.
Yeah, it's like the more we learn about this case, the less we understand. I agree. There's a deep darkness enveloping this case. I'm almost afraid of what we will find once we lift that black veil. Suffice to say, the real killer is certainly waiting underneath.
Real killer, huh? Now that's the million-dollar question.
Who killed Inga, and why? Think, Apollo. Who would you say had a motive to commit this crime? I, for one, am drawing a complete blank. The Queen. I want to know how the killer slipped into the tomb, killed Inga, and slipped back out, without ever being seen. That's a bona fide locked room mystery right there.
Well, we've collected plenty of evidence and statements. I just hope the rest comes out in court. It'll be a thinner tightrope for sure.
Or than usual, that's for sure. This case is one big fly in the ointment. In order to prove Dirk completely innocent, we also have to exonerate him of the crime committed 23 years ago.
Amara's supposed assassination.
Right, we know Amara's still alive, but Dirk could still be charged with plotting to kill her.
He could discover the truth even after over 2 decades.
He couldn't discover the truth even after 2 decades of investigating. So our biggest hurdle is going to be the complete lack of evidence.
The fire made sure of that.
Mr. Wright, have you ever won a case without any evidence? No, that's one thing I've never done before. Trial unprecedented, even in the decorated annals of the Write Anything Agency.
Still, I can't help but wonder, was there really no evidence left behind?
Oh, we can't forget about the Defense Culpability Act. Those who would support criminals will be deemed just as guilty. In short, if Dirk is found guilty and is sentenced to death, we'll likely join him in a very public execution.
Yeah.
Beat the charges or die. What kind of crazy upside-down legal system is this anyway? Don't worry. I can't ask someone as young as you to risk your life, Athena. So tomorrow, it'll just be me and Apollo on the courtroom floor. But you can support us by watching from the gallery. What? No. I want to help. I'm part of the agency too, after all. Sorry, but this is a direct order from your boss. Because we can only fit 2 people behind the bench at a time without it looking terrible. Plus, there's Prosecutor Blackwell to think of. He said he'd use me for sword practice if I put you in harm's way. Simon. Well, at least promise me this, you two. Promise me you'll make it back alive.
Make it back alive, huh?
What's with that face, Apollo? You'll never inspire confidence in your clients like that. And it'll play right into the prosecutor's hands. Remember, the worst of times are when lawyers have to force their biggest smiles.
You're right.
Even when it seems hopeless, or when there's not a shred of evidence to be found, we can never let it show in our faces, right? But will I actually be able to do that tomorrow? When push comes to shove, will I be able to force my biggest smile? Alright. Time for part 1 of 3 trials. We're actually moving and grooving pretty good. Nope, save. Let's fucking go. Alright. Oh, anime cutscene. Oh! What did they do to the judge? Jesus fucking Christ! Okay. It's complete chaos outside. Let's just say the Defiant Dragon supporters demonstrating for Dirk's freedom have taken a very special interest in the outcome of today's trial. They look about ready to string us up if we lose. Trials here are pretty much like the ones back home, but with one major difference. The divination seance. The victim's final memories will become a matter for deliberation. I've heard about that, but they haven't stopped you from winning your cases here in Khura'in. True, but it wasn't easy. Still, the memories of the dead are simply another piece of evidence. Just got reminded of a Phoenix Wright locks in animation. There's always a way to deal with them if your client is truly innocent. Well, I know Dirk is innocent, but I have one more big secret. Apollo, in court tomorrow, you may find yourself faced with a truth that is difficult to accept. But I know you, and I know you can handle the truth no matter what it turns out to be. I know that because I believe in you. You're my son, after all. Dirk, what is that secret you're keeping? Hey, AJ. Here you go, just like I promised. Cool. Thanks, Stats. Okay. I just want to go over this real quick. Picture of my dad, the autopsy. 3 p.m. is when he died. The tomb. What a weird gun. Anyway. The button. The pendant with the picture inside. Blood trail. Painkillers. His notepad with the weird notes. The picture. This picture. The Albie statement. File. His law book. His badge. Okay, and the orb. Alright. Wait, weren't you arrested by the police yesterday? Yep, and I spent the night in the slammer. I had a fine meal, a shower, even a bed. What more could I ask for? Let's try out some twists and turns, alright? I'm excited. I'm sure it's gonna be dramatic as hell. That actually sounds way better than when we're staying. Just remember, AJ, if Dirk's found guilty today, well, I'll probably be found guilty under the Defense Culpability Act, too. Yeah, Nayuta said something to that effect. That witch Garen wants to take advantage of today and crush our revolution once and for all. The fate of the revolution and every Khura'inese person rests in this trial. We're counting on you, AJ. We'll be fine. I'm going to win this one. You'll see. The trial will begin shortly, Apollo. Let's make our way into the courtroom. Right. Let's fucking go. Let's fucking go. Look at them back. I love them. Apollo and Phoenix. My cutie patooties. Anyway, let the trial of Dirk Sodmuddy begin. The defense is ready, Your Honor. And the prosecution is ready, Your Majesty. So it's really come down to this. Well, don't expect me to hold anything back, Nayuta. One could say it has some trials and tribulations. A good one. This trial will examine both the murder of Justice Minister Inga Karkol Khura'in and the assassination of the former queen, Amara Sigatar Khura'in. I don't fucking... First, I believe we should address the murder of Minister Inga. Would that be acceptable, Prosecutor Sadmadi?
Prosecutor Sadmati? Yes, of course. Please proceed. What's with him? Oh, very unlike you, Prosecutor. Is your mind elsewhere this day? Not at all, Your Majesty. Are you really going to be able to go through with this, Nayuda? Well, Prosecutor Sadmati, I would be remiss if I failed to voice a concern of mine. I have heard mention that you were the son to the accused, Dirk Sadmati. You have heard true. Does that fact pose some sort of a problem, Your Majesty? A father being prosecuted by his own son? Could one possibly deliberate such a case without having personal feelings intervene? Yes, without question. Can you really handle this? Even if it is Prosecutor Sadmati, going against his own father is just... How certain can the son of a criminal even... Oh? Dirk? Fellow citizens, you would do well not to underestimate my son. He's not one to allow personal feelings to interfere with the execution of his duty. Isn't that right, Nayuda? I will not stop until my work here is done. All you doubters just sit back down before you trip over your own stupidity. Ha 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 ha! I can prosecute my dad without issues, get on my level scribblers. The accused will not take the stand without first being summoned. In any case, if Prosecutor Sadmati has no issues with this arrangement, then let us commence the deliberations.
Objection!
Oh, who the fuck was that? The Queen? Yeah.
One moment, if you would. Your Eminence! Your Eminence, what brings you here?
Oh, he is pissed.
Your Majesty, it would appear that Prosecutor Sadmati does indeed have some reservations. No, that is not true. I did her. I'm losing. The voices are too similar.
Did you truly believe you could deceive me, Nayuda Sadmati? One should hold no reservations if one is to stand on these hallowed funerary grounds. I have none, Your No, it is clear. We cannot leave this matter to you. We shall handle the prosecution of enemy of the crown, Dirk Sadmati, personally. I'm sorry, what?
But remain by our side and bear witness to how a true prosecutor enforces the law.
I'm sorry, what?
Excuse me, but is the Queen going to prosecute the case? Is that, kosher?
There's no need for concern. Before we were crowned Queen, we served as a prosecutor.
Really? As a foreigner, your ignorance can be excused, but know this. The prosecutor in charge of the Queen Amara assassination case 23 years ago was none other than Her Eminence, Queen Garen Sikatar Khura'in.
Oh my god, these names.
First Your Majesty, and now this? Why doesn't anyone ever tell me these things?
I heard she'd served as the Minister of Justice, but she was also a prosecutor?
I'm guessing she probably moved up the ladder from prosecutor to Justice Minister.
We prosecuted that case 23 years ago, but no verdict was ever rendered. We had won guilty verdicts in every other case until then, for no lawyer could stand up to us.
I am at a loss for words. To think I would once more bear witness to Her Eminence at work in the Hall of Justice.
Our first trial in 23 years. No quarter shall be given to criminals. We shall prosecute them with all our might. Okay. Even when on trial, Dirk still just, you go son, find me guilty. I know, he's a very supportive father. I'm sorry. What in the supervillain outfit is that? Why can I see her belly button in it? What is this? Me too, Apollo. What the? That's Queen Garen? Talk about an extreme makeover. It's all coming back now. The feel of my blood pumping through my veins. Woe to you, O enemies of Khura'in, for I shall personally slice, dice, and grind you up into hog feed. Yeah, seriously, what in the Power Rangers is this? I don't suppose I can ask her to roll back to her polite pre-makeover personality. Her hair unraveled like an evil butterfly. It did. She looks like a squid. I don't even know. Like a spider. A mosquito. Like this is definitely some kind of bug. These look like eyeballs and mandibles, maybe. Know this, lawyer. Yes? Now that I stand as prosecutor, consider your defense's bench a headsman's scaffold. If you wish to leave any last words, I advise you start thinking of them now. You're a venomous spider. While you still have a head with which to think, that is. Those nails are insane. Do you think she somehow put those on in the 3 seconds that she was behind her guards? Or has she just had fucking cat dagger nails this entire time? Meep, she's dead serious. Now it is time for the divination seance. Rafa, come forth. Poor Rafa. Oh, sweetheart. Your benevolence, thank you for gracing us with your presence. Your benevolence, I understand it may be difficult for you, but may we please proceed with the divination seance?
Yes, let us proceed.
Forgive me for asking, but are you feeling physically unwell? If so, I would advise you to avoid any undue exertion. Your benevolence? What's wrong? It's like her mind's anywhere but here. A lot's happened since yesterday. On top of the murder of her beloved father, she found out that he'd been planning a coup, and today she'll have to experience his death through his own eyes. Yeah, that would be enough to shake anyone up. Still, seems like she's worse off today than she was yesterday. Yeah, I don't remember her being this depressed. We must speak with our child. It is a mother's duty to discipline her child, after all. Now, if you would excuse us. Discipline? Coming from her, I don't like the sound of that at all. I don't either. Wait. Gary didn't do something to her, did she? Your Eminence, about today's divination seance. I don't like hearing my voice. I thought I heard my dog cry a little bit. I guess not. I don't like hearing my voice at full volume. Your Eminence, about today's divination seance. As I understand it, the prosecution has yet to review its content. Is this divination from protocol a part of your deviation? A part of your plan? Prosecutor Sadmati, would you care to explain your actions? Your Eminence, the accused was caught at the scene of the crime. Therefore, I deem no seance would be necessary for such a clear-cut case. You and your bleeding heart. You seek to spare Rafa the trauma of witnessing her father's death. Is that why you have done this? Not at all.
You were concerned for me, Prosecutor Sadmati?
That's oddly compassionate of him, all things considered. Your Eminence, your Majesty, regardless of what is best for her benevolence, this case is blessed with a bounty of incontrovertible evidence, so I believed we could reach a swift verdict without devoting precious time to a seance. You have a point. Personally, I would like to spare her benevolence any undue misery. Experiencing the murder of a loved one is a burden no one should have to bear.
Prosecutor Sadmati, your Majesty, can this trial truly proceed without a divination seance?
God. How does this scarf do that? It's a good question. Can't blame her for not wanting to experience her father's murder firsthand. Your Eminence, what are your feelings on the matter? Shall we have her benevolence return home? I'm so scared. Okay. For some much-needed rest. We shall not. We shall not. You fools spoil her with your feckless words of compassion. Listen well, Rafa. You have spoken time and time again about how grown-up you are now. Yes, but... So, let us see if the royal priestess has truly come into her own. Are you prepared to fill your duty and perform the divination seance as you should? Yes. That's better. See? Problem solved. Poor Rafa. Is this really a good idea? I guess we'll see. Very well. Let us begin the divination seance. Nana, my robe. Oh! Looks like Nana's still missing. It's been a whole day already. Barbed head. Yes? You remove my robe. What? Why me? See, she trusts you. Don't keep her benevolence waiting now, Mr. Wright. Can't you see she's ready to begin? Great. I've been reduced to royal robe remover. It's like she's grooming Mr. Wright to be Nana's replacement. Very well, your benevolence. Please start when you are ready. Come, Rafa. You know what must be done. There is no turning back now. I know. Final memories of the deceased. This should be interesting.
O Holy Mother, we hold this divination seance in your name. Let the eyes of everyone here be clear, and our ears be unstopped. O dance of devotion, guide the victim's soul to me.
Hi, Minnie Moose. Hi, sweetheart. You okay, babies? Your face is wet like you just drank some waters. Hi, sweetheart. Wanna come say hello to everybody? Come here. Come here, Miss Baby. Oh. Let's watch the dance of devotion.
So that we may receive their final memories in the pool of souls.
Come here, sweet girl. Yes, my big baby. Sniffing the mic, saying hello. Being a good girl. Ugh. She does not want to be in my lap right now. She's staring at the floor longingly. Okay, just say hello. I'll let you go. Mwah. Okay, here you go, babies. Came right back. She just wants attention really bad. There's a head popping up. Yeah, hi, sweetheart. I know. Just like love it. Why don't you go lay down on the couch? Thank you for the kisses. I'm a little scared about what we're gonna see. no!
I,
Oh no!
Your benevolence! What's wrong? This is unacceptable. Bailiff, take your benevolence to the first aid station at once.
This is not good. Oh my god.
Your Eminence, do you have any idea why her benevolence collapsed so suddenly?
It seems she was not ready for what the deceased was to reveal. It overwhelmed her. Her inexperience and immaturity left her ill-prepared to face her father's death. She said she could go through with it. How very disappointing. I know someone who's not winning Mother of the Year ever. I mean, of course Rafe is going to be overwhelmed. She's still just a child. It seems we have no choice but to move on to witness testimony. Your Majesty.
Oh, yes, let us proceed. Bailiff, summon the first witness, if you would.
Who the... Oh, hi. It's like, who the fuck is this? So mean. She literally just died the same way her dad. Yeah. She's... What a fucking bitch. Sorry, Minnie vanished, and I'm suspicious. Oh, there you are, babies. Are you being good? Or are you snooping?
It's not the accused.
It is indeed. I thought I would give him an opportunity to plead his case. I'm not gonna pick you up, babies. Don't worry. Look. I'll put this blankie on the floor. You can lay next to me. You can lay down next to me if you want. Yeah, see? Yeah. Oh, baby girl. She does not want me to pick her up. I'm not going to, I promise. Oh, God. Look, I'm scooted in. My hands are on the computer. I'm not gonna pick you up, I promise. My silly goose. Okay. Oh. Oh. Yeah. Yeah. I put that blankie there for you, and you're being mean to it. As if you want to lay down. Good Lord. For true justice, she's beating up the blanket, is more than unilateral presentation of the facts by the prosecution. That seems uncharacteristically fair of her. However, should the accused fail to produce convincing testimony, he, along with his cabal of traitorous lawyers, shall immediately be found guilty, and their heads will roll from their shoulders. What? I should have known there was a catch.
Your court, your rules. Same as it always was, I see, Garen. Now then, Mr. Dirk Sadmadi, if you could enlighten us as to what happened. Well, I would if I could.
Witness testimony. Dirk explains himself.
I was struck by a sudden dizziness the moment I entered the tomb. The next thing I knew, I was standing there with a bloody knife in my hand. And lying right in front of me was Inga, dead as a doornail. I have no recollection of what happened in the interim.
Minnie is over there, like, jumping around. Hi! What are you doing? Okay, thank you for chilling.
But I didn't kill him. At least I don't think I did. It'd go against everything I believed in.
Okay. That didn't explain squat. For the record, let it be known that the accused's fingerprints were all over the murder weapon, and since he was caught in the act, there was no chance for a third party to tamper with it. Well, that certainly seems to point the finger at you, Mr. Sudbody. Even as a lawyer, I have to agree with you there, your majesty.
Seriously, Dirk, this is no laughing matter.
This is exactly what Garen wanted. To have Dirk try to plead his case, only to fail miserably.
How low can she go?
Prosecutor, behold the most unpleasant of spectacles, and let it be etched into your soul. Oh God, what? See how, instead of accepting the inevitable, those fish-brained lawyers flounder and flop themselves straight into the abyss of despair. Yes, Your Eminence, show me the way. Now then, would the defense please begin their cross-examination? Alright. Dirk explains himself. Alright. Struck by sudden dizziness the moment I enter the temple. I saw a nose standing there with a blade knife in my hand. I never
Hold it!
I want to press this one in. Can you state that you didn't kill him more definitively? How can I, when I have no memory of what happened? Well, can you at least state whether or not you are a murderer? That I can do. I am not a murderer, and I would never kill anyone, no matter the circumstances.
Objection!
And do you have any evidence to support your claim that you did not kill the minister? Evidence? No, can't say I do. In that case, you will strike the statement I didn't kill him from your testimony. Wait, you can't just discard testimony like that. I mean, I'm not the one cross-examining the defendant at all. I'm the one cross-examining them. Hold your prattling tongue, foreign devil. I am the queen of this kingdom. And the queen is the law. As such, I need not follow the laws that are in place. I can make and break them at will. Okay, that's insane. Henceforth, the accused will refrain from stating I didn't kill him. What? Sure, whatever. It's the Garen show, after all. Same as always. Alright. Next time I'm saying that...
Hold it!
I don't like this. No, I don't like this. It's just something. Do you recall anyone putting the knife in your hand, Dirk? Wish I could say I did, but I don't remember a thing from before I came to. I think there might have been a third party in the tomb, son. Yeah, because you didn't do it, and then the real killer must have been... If you didn't do it, then the real killer must have been in there.
Objection!
You called, Your Eminence? Did she go anywhere without those goons? Was there a third party in the tomb when you were securing it? No, Your Eminence. We searched high and low, but found no one of the sort. And there you have it. Oh, right. They did search the place. Furthermore, my guards had the entire tomb surrounded, so there was no way for anyone to escape. Minnie Mouse, what are you doing? Why are you under my desk? What are you looking for, Bug? No one got in or out without our knowledge. Her Eminence is on the side. On-site directives were absolutely flawless. Oh, God. Put that shit away. Ugh. Do you see now? The presence of a third party is beyond the realm of possibility. Oh! You don't like this either? You don't like this lady either? You got things to say? What do you need, honey? What do you need, sweet pea? Oh, that was a big yawn. She obviously wants my attention. Let me see if she needs to go outside. Again.
You wanna go outside? Do you need to go outside, go potty? Do you wanna go out? Yeah, come on. The crazy girl wants to play so bad. She's... Go ahead. I'm sorry, Miss Moo. Yeah, bring me the ball. Somehow I'm gonna stream and also try to play ball with her. We'll see how well that works. 2 months for all intents and purposes. Completely sealed off from the rest of the world. Thanks for nothing, gallery guy. As if our graves weren't already deep enough. Accused, what do you believe about the possible presence of a third party? Well, based on the situation you presented, I'd say the chances are slim to none. You didn't have to agree with her, Dirk. Let the accused statement be added to his testimony. Sorry she's showing you her butthole. Okay, she's crazy. Very well, Mr. Sudmuddy, if you would. It's like the more we press, the thinner our case gets. Well, let's keep pressing and maybe we'll work out the wrinkles in it too. Alright, that's him saying, press this next statement.
Hold it!
We can't prove you innocent without at least the possibility of that a third party was there. Find the possible in the impossible, son. That's just what a lawyer's got to do sometimes. Isn't that right? Who, me? Yeah, you could say that. I've seen more than my fair share of trials like that. They started with no viable evidence, useful testimony, or any hope of winning. But through cold sweat, desperation, and a little luck, I always managed to pull them off. Right. I can see we are kindred spirits, you and I. Geez, taking cases like that must shave years off your life. If that were true, I'd be long dead. Oh, and she's gone. Good lord. Find the impossible in the possible in the impossible. Can I prove that it was at least possible that there was a third party there? Dirk, what did you see at the scene of the crime? Let's see. I came to... Alright. No recollection of what happened in the interim.
Hold it!
A day's passed since the murder. Haven't you remembered anything in that time? My memory is a complete blank. It's as if that part of my brain has been scooped right out. How very convenient. But even if you've no memory of the event, your guilt is without question. There is nothing more to debate. You're forgetting one thing, Garen. I have no motive.
You lead a band of insurgents that seek to overthrow the government. I would say that alone is motive to slay our kingdom's Minister of Justice. I've declared countless times that I lead a bloodless revolution. I forbid violence and murder, even if some younger members may have a thirst for blood. A bloodless revolution? You wouldn't really have a motive in that case. Is that an important statement? Yes. That was an important statement. I like my client to add it to his testimony. Very well, then. The accused will please do as the defense requested. Okay. I don't have a motive for killing Inga. After all, me and my ilk seek a bloodless revolution. Though I guess there's no evidence that proves I didn't kill him either.
Hold it!
Dirk, leave the evidence finding to me. Now, please, will you stop agreeing with everything the prosecution says? Alright, I'll stick to the facts from now on. But remember, son, if you truly believe in me, you should be able to prove my innocence. I know you can do it. He believes I'll prove him innocent. Even with all these inconvenient truths? Is that what he's saying? I think Dirk might be onto something. Even the most disadvantageous facts may point the way to the truth. So don't ignore them. Think of them as food for thought. Don't worry, I know. The worst of times are when the lawyers have to force their biggest smiles. I need to remember that, no matter how difficult the facts may be to deal with. If only we could establish the possibility of a third party. But does the possibility itself even exist? We don't have a choice. Proving it exists is the only way to start a real dialogue here. Okay. Let's see my evidence. I mean, so now that we know that the queen is alive, the coffin is empty. So somebody could have hidden in there. They wouldn't have checked in there because it's a fucking coffin. What am I saying there? The possibility of a third party being in the tomb is probably non-existent. Your Eminence, I'm afraid this trial will not go exactly as you anticipated, because I can show how there might have been a third party in that tomb. Oh, how very fascinating. Go on. I do so love a good fairy tale. We did a luminol test at the crime scene, and we found a blood stain that didn't match the Justice Minister's blood. I think I said this when we found this the last time, but I love it that in this picture this time, we can see the luminol, whereas every other time we've had to like draw it in. The thing is, this bloodstain we found had been wiped up by someone. What's this? But who would have done such a thing? That's the big question, isn't it? Who wiped up the blood and why? Thinking about it logically, it must be someone who wanted to conceal their presence at the scene of the crime. Oh, and whom do you suppose the bloodstain might belong? The bloodstain belongs to the real killer. The bloodstain belongs to the real killer, of course. Whoever it was, they were probably shot while they were attacking Minister Inga. And since their blood would give them away, they had to wipe it up. I say this because we know for a fact that the Justice Minister fired his gun in the tomb. You have the memory of a flea. There was nowhere for anyone to hide. This too is a known fact. But a bloodstain from a third party means there must have been someone hiding there. Very well then, tell me this. Where was this third party hiding? Oh, the crime scene was thoroughly searched after it was discovered. So if there was a hiding place, it would have to be somewhere no one would dare to look. Somewhere no one would dare to look. If this is annoying to watch, let me know. I feel like I need to fidget. Let's have your answer, defense. Now, where could a third party have hidden? Thank you for placing it exactly where I wanted it. There's one place no one would search, not even the Queen's Royal Guard, and that would be...
inside Queen Amar's sarcophagus. Even now it's locked up tight. No one would find you if you hid in there. I'm told that it's temperature controlled to preserve the mummy within, but if someone dressed warmly enough, they could withstand the cold for a short time. This is sacrilege. Surely the perpetrator of such a foul deed would be cursed.
But that's just it. The killer knew everyone would be too scared to open the sarcophagus. I dropped his voice. True, the guards were so scared of being cursed they wouldn't even touch it.
And when the coast was clear, the killer made a quick escape from within their frigid confines.
Okay, Minnie's like sadly crying up there to herself. This is gonna be a very stop and start stream. I'm so sorry. The amount of circles she walked to go potty. insane. Okay. The killer made a quick escape from within their frigid confines. Oh, now, that does sound like a plausible method of evading capture. The defense requests a DNA test on the bloodstain, and then we'll see just who the real killer is.
Insolence!
Bow your head and kneel, lawyer, so your head may be parted from your shoulders. Huh? But the trial's not even over. Tyrant queen. Whoa, fuck off. How soon you forget. You were already on the headsman's scaffold. As such, I could order your beheading at any moment. All I did was request a DNA test. There is no need to request such a test. Royal Guard, bring it forth now. Here you are, Your Eminence. The police have already identified the source of the bloodstain. The DNA test revealed that the blood is of the traitor, Dirk Sagmati. I don't believe you. But Dirk wasn't injured, so did this blood come from? Maybe he coughed it up. Dirk's illness. Still, there was a lot of blood. Could he have really coughed up that much? And did he wipe it up to hide his failing health? Dirk, is it really that bad? Oh shoot, you got me. What do you mean? Pay attention, Horned Devil, for this case has already been solved. You claimed that this bloodstain would lead us to the real killer, did you not? About that. Did you or did you not make that claim of your own volition, defense? Yes, I did. After she steered you in that direction, that is. Fell right into her trap. Do you see now the folly in opposing the very embodiment of the law? Whatever you say or do shall come to no avail. Third party at the scene of the crime is beyond the realm of possibility. No, it's not. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. Oh, I totally didn't read what that said. I hate to say this, but she really got us good. The key to Amara's sarcophagus is under the protection of the royal family. My husband and I are the only ones who could open it. Therefore, it would be impossible for some knave to open it. Can I really discount the sarcophagus as a hiding place, though? What if the real killer is still in there? No, that's just ridiculous. I believe we have rebels and sympathizers in the gallery today. It is to you I speak. Have you been listening? Dirk Sagmati, the one who proclaimed a bloodless revolt, has betrayed your cause by resorting to murder. No, it can't be. Dirk would never. There must be some kind of mistake. Defiant Dragons and their sympathizers are starting to have doubts. So this is why Garen allowed us to cross-examine Dirk. By establishing his guilt as Inga's murderer, she's effectively damaged his reputation among those who support him. True, but now we have an even bigger problem. And now, filthy lawyers, you will honor your end of the bargain. Accept your guilty verdict for your failure to explain your client's actions.
Well, excuse me, princess.
Thank you so much for the follow, MarVJ. Thank you for following. Hope you're having a good night. Huh? Now I shall pass judgment upon the criminal, Dirk Sagmati. What's this? You shall pass judgment? But your eminence, is that not my role? Hold your tongue. You are but a figurehead before me, the embodiment of the law. Consider yourself dismissed. I hate this woman. As Queen of Khura'in, shall now pass judgment upon the accused. Oh my god. Okay. Did I do something wrong?
Objection!
Wait. You didn't even give me a chance to rebut. Know when you were defeated, lawyer. But just this once, I am willing to show you the depths of my compassion. Tell me why I should allow these proceedings to continue. Come, convince me. Quick, Apollo. Even if you have to bluff, we've got to keep this trial going. Show her that the crime could have been committed by a third party. How am I supposed to do that? Why don't you start with... How about the timing of Inga's murder? What? This whole case is built on a single premise. That Inga was murdered after Dirk entered the tomb. But what if that's not true? Yeah, what if he was murdered before and then they kept his body in the temperature-controlled thingy? Like, if our assumptions are all wrong? It just might work. Well, don't keep us waiting, defense. Dirk became the prime suspect because it didn't seem probable that there was a third party at the scene of the crime. But there is another question we should ask ourselves at this time. Was Minister Inga really killed after Dirk entered the tomb? What nonsense is this? Setting aside the assumption that the murder occurred after Dirk arrived on the scene, opens up the possibility of a third party committing the crime. The question before us is, when was Minister Inga really killed? Before Dirk entered the tomb. Isn't it possible that before Dirk even set foot in the tomb, Minister Inga was already dead? That would certainly make the possibility of a third party more probable. Why, of course. I fell unconscious right after I entered the tomb. Even if I hadn't, I wouldn't have had a clear line of sight to his body from the entrance, which means you wouldn't have noticed his body either way. This scenario is entirely possible, so we can't rule out the possibility of a third person committing the crime. I see. Well, that certainly does make sense. So far so good. This might actually work. Very well. I shall play along with whatever little game you have knocking around in that tiny mind. I was starting to get quite bored of all this. I could do with a distraction. Yes. Let us hear some testimony that will shed light on when exactly the minister was slain. Bailiff, summon Rafa. Surely she has recovered by now. What the fuck? But what about me? Don't I serve a purpose anymore? Poor judge.
Rafa, sweetheart, I'm so sorry, baby.
Hope you are feeling better, Your Benevolence.
The amount of notifications I'm getting. Who wants my attention at 10 p.m.?
Hope you are feeling better, Your Benevolence.
Must I perform the divination seance?
What? Oh, no, we merely require your testimony this time.
How could my testimony be of any value?
Your Benevolence.
Princess Rafa seems awfully depressed. After what she's been through, summoning her again is like rubbing salt in the wound. Being unable to perform the seance is probably the last straw. Hope she doesn't pass out again. Prosecutor Sadmati, may I ask you something?
Of course, Your Benevolence.
I've been meaning to ask you this since yesterday. Did you know about Queen Amara? And about me?
From where did you hear such a thing?
From Mother, and only yesterday. Rafa was carrying on about telling the truth to the people, so I told her. I told her what the truth really was. For it is up to a mother to discipline her child.
I see. Be that as it may, Your Benevolence, it has no bearing upon our trial here today, so there is no need to let it trouble you.
Maybe she really is Amara's daughter. Maybe I'm onto something.
I know.
Garen told Rafa about something other than Amara's status.
Sounds like it, but what could it be?
Rafa, the defense has proposed something preposterous. They somehow think your father was already dead when Dirk entered the tomb. But I believe you can prove them wrong. Are you prepared to do what is required of you?
Yes, I am ready to testify.
Very well, then, Your Benevolence. Your testimony, if you please. Whoop. Okay, sweetheart. What are you gonna tell me? What new wrench are you gonna throw in the kit and caboodle?
On the day of the murder, I was gazing upon the courtyard from my second-floor veranda. Around 2:30 p.m., I saw my father heading for Amara's tomb. Then, at about 2:45, I saw Barbed Head and company enter the courtyard. I saw no one go in or out of the tomb after my father entered at about 2:30.
Your second-floor veranda? Oh, she must be talking about that house facing Inga's private residence. So that's the location from which you saw your father. And at about 2:30?
Yes, and shortly after that, you people arrived at the royal residence.
So, after the minister entered Amara's tomb at around 2:30, no one went in or out of there until the murder was discovered. Sorry, just having thoughts. The tomb is closed to outsiders, so no one could have snuck in before the murder. That rules out any possibility of a third party lying in wait to slay my poor husband. Or so she'd like us to believe. Now hear me, you useless lawyer. Cease this charade and bow before me, for I, Queen Garen, shall finally have your head. Forgive me, Your Eminence, but first let us allow the defense to question the witness. Okay, let's see. Alright, what the fuck? On the day of the murder, I was gazing upon the court from the veranda. So my father had, then at 2:47, okay.
Hold it!
Did your father seem different or troubled in any way?
Let me think. Oh, there was one unusual thing.
There was?
Yes, a shriek emanated from within my father's quarters. After which I witnessed him bolt outside, his countenance drained of his usual color.
He screamed and he was looking pale? I think I'm doing the wrong voice for her right now. What do you suppose happened?
I know not. Perhaps he had a bad dream.
Maybe it was a nightmare about being raked over the coals by the queen. Seems our young lawyer here wishes to hasten his journey to the Twilight Realm. Sorry, that was rude of me. Does the defense believe the witness's last statement to be important? I believe it is. I would like the witness to add it to her testimony. Okay. My father let us scream, came out dashing in his room, his face pale. And why do you think he screamed? Was he surprised by someone who didn't belong there? Did anyone else come out?
I didn't see anyone else. Just my father.
That last statement was seriously lacking in conviction. Should I press her on this? Press softly. Press harshly. I don't want to be mean to her, but I feel like if I don't press... If I'm nice, she's not going to say anything. Your Benevolence, let's have some details. The more the better.
Details, you say?
Yes. For example, are you sure you didn't see anyone in the royal residence before 2:30? Well, is that a yes or a no?
Foreign devil! I'd been gazing upon the courtyard since about 2 yesterday. Yet I saw none other than my father. Oh, if only I had stopped him then.
I think you've struck a nerve, or rather obliterated one. Maybe I pressed a little too hard. Still, that last statement seemed a little off somehow. So you didn't see anyone except your father in the courtyard after 2 p.m., huh? Please add that to your testimony, Your Benevolence. Albie's statement definitely contradicts that. Where At around 2 p.m., Shadow was there and saw Nana's hat.
Objection!
Yeah. Your benevolence. You're covering for someone, aren't you? Huh? I don't know what you're talking about. Sorry, Rafa, but you're not going to like this. Well, the thing is, I have a statement here that you might find interesting. It's from a witness who claims that around 2 p.m. his dog got loose and ran into the palace courtyard. That's when the little fellow stole this hat from someone.
Ah, that's Nana's. I mean, nothing, never mind.
You fool of a daughter. Seems the princess made a blunder. So let me get this straight. This is Nana's hat, which means she had to have been in the royal residence at around 2. If so, then you had to have seen Nana sometime after 2 p.m. yesterday.
Oh, no!
Please, your benevolence, tell us what you really saw.
Just as you say, Hornhead. I saw Nana. And I saw that dingbat dog steal her hat from her in front of my father's residence.
I knew it. Why didn't you say so in the first place?
Because, my mother told me not to.
What? Would you care to explain, your eminence?
I requested she withhold said information, for it is of no relevance to this case.
Objection!
You don't get to decide.
Insolence!
If you disagree, then prove that it is relevant to the case at hand. Oh, I will. Your benevolence, please tell us everything you witnessed when you saw Nana.
All right. When I saw that dingbat dog attack Nana, I ran to help. I raced from my second floor veranda down into the courtyard.
Wait, that means that while you were coming down, you took your eyes off the courtyard.
Yes, but only for a moment.
This is crucial testimony. If you took your eyes off the courtyard, it means somebody else could have entered the tomb without you ever knowing.
Ah!
Your benevolence, are you sure no one else was there?
Oh, yes.
She's hiding something again. What about Nana? Were you able to help her?
When I got down to the courtyard, Nana was gone.
Gone?
Yes, and I never saw her again after that.
Any idea what happened?
That dingbat dog must have gobbled her up.
I seriously doubt that. But how could Nana simply disappear while Rafa wasn't looking? Rafa must know something. The only question is what? Why or where? Not the first one, obviously. Actually, maybe not put that in my mouth. That doesn't make... I mean, I think we want to know where, so... Do you have any idea where Nana disappeared to?
What do you mean?
Well, during the time you took your eyes off the courtyard, someone could have headed into the tomb, and it just so happens that Nana disappeared right at that moment.
No.
Wait, you think Nana had something to do with the murder? I don't think we can rule it out. It sounds like something had kept Nana occupied since the early morning. Plus, she was seen right before the murder, and then seemed to vanish into thin air. You're right, and since she's Rafa's attendant, she could come and go as she pleased within the palace grounds. Could Rafa's attendant really be the killer? But that would mean...
First my father, and now Nana. These were the people I trusted most. How could this be?
Objection!
Do not heed their lies. Lawyers are a foul breed, quick to claim that a third party is to blame for a crime. Nana did not enter the tomb. That much is certain. Why the fuck do you think that? How can you be so sure? When Nana's hat was stolen, that crazed cur spilled an urn full of water upon my husband's doorstep,
that not right, Rafa? Yes, it is. While that dingbat dog was tugging on Nana's hat, it tipped over the urn. The bottoms of her shoes would have been soaked with water. If she had truly headed into the tomb with wet shoes, she would have left shoe prints along the way. But the only shoe prints to be found belonged to my husband, Inga. Huh? Then... That's right, Nina never did go into the tomb that day. Instead, she entered my husband's private quarters. How do you know? It's quite simple. Shoe prints were discovered in Inga's private quarters. Shoe prints that belonged to Nina. That's right, Edworth and I did see some shoe prints in there. Now do you understand? Nina could not possibly have gone into the tomb. And that supposed third person at the crime scene is but a figment of your imagination. I don't care about what your guard has to say. Could those guys fanboy any harder? But is it really true? Did Nina not go into the tomb? Excuse me, but... Mr. Wright? Your benevolence, what time was it when that dog attacked Nina? I believe it was about 2:15 p.m. I see. Apollo, if Nina entered Inga's private quarters at around 2:15, and Inga came racing out at around 2:30, pale-faced and screaming, then... I know what you're getting at. Yes, that might explain his scream. The defense please share their theory regarding Justice Minister Inga's scream. Oh my god. Certainly, Your Majesty. Minister Inga screamed because he had a bad dream he saw a ghost. Y'all... At least give me two options to try to decipher from. Maybe he was attacked by Nana. This would make the Justice Minister's private quarters the real scene of the crime. Does your idiocy know no bounds? The minister's body was found in the tomb. Are you suggesting that the body was moved? Do I think the minister was moved from his private quarters? I think the possibility exists. I don't know. I mean, he obviously went there. I don't fucking know. Considering the fact that the body was found in the tomb, I'd say there is a possibility. What utter nonsense. Utter nonsense. Rafe had been watching the courtyard. Yet you would suggest that someone could have transported the body unnoticed. You have a point there. In that case, I'd say there's no way the body was moved. After all, there was an awful lot of blood in the tomb. Excuse me. I understand if the scream was in reaction to Nana's attack, but Inga died in the tomb. Okay. Can you explain how those two realities could coincide? How are we supposed to do that? I want another cookie. Oh, maybe where he was stabbed, where he died, are two completely different locations. Could I have chosen a louder snack to have? What do you mean? It's just, let's look at this as simply as possible. If the minister's body wasn't moved, of course you heard the crinkling. Ah, you can't have this, it's got chocolate. He might have been stabbed by Nana in his private quarters, but then died in the tomb. I see. On one hand, that seems plausible, but on the other, it seems decidedly implausible. Prosecutor Sudmati, what is that fool babbling on about now? Is this a riddle from one of those fortune cookies Americans seem so fond of? Perhaps, but I believe he himself does not know what he means to say. In all likelihood, it was a poor attempt to confuse us. We should simply ignore him.
Objection!
I wasn't finished yet, so hold off on the analysis, would you?
The autopsy report never stated that the minister's death was instantaneous, so it could have conceivably moved from one place to another after being stabbed. Oh my, are you suggesting he ran all the way to the tomb with a knife sticking out of his back? Well, yes, that's the gist of it. In short, Minister Inga saw Nena with a knife, let out a scream, and when he turned his back to her to flee... Right, that's when he was stabbed from behind. Well, Your Majesty, does my theory hold water?
Insolence!
How dare you bore me like this? Huh? You are a humorless moron, spewing an endless stream of unamusing drivel. I wasn't trying to be funny, Your Eminence. Prosecutor, enlighten the ignorant clown in lawyer's clothing. Your Eminence. Why? I didn't do anything to you. Nayuta? You dull, slow-witted, putrid-minded lawyer. Perhaps you would be too stupid to notice you have been stabbed in the back, but a normal person would have noticed due to the excruciating pain. Okay, we're not saying he didn't notice. He came out pale. Now hold on. Allow me to teach you the meaning of pain. Please stop! Now, Yuta has a point. Normally, most people would notice a dagger in their back. Oh, the pain medicine! The pain medicine. Ow. Yeah, I doubt someone could ignore pain like this. Still, in this case, it's the word normally that we should emphasize. Apollo, take another look at the court record. Right, there must be something that explains this. There's a reason Inga didn't feel any pain, and the defense will submit evidence proving just that. Happily. Very well, please present your evidence. Why didn't Justice Minister Inga notice that he had been stabbed? Oh, God, okay.
Take that!
Ah, those are my father's painkiller shots. The defense will explain the significance of this evidence. Minister Inga suffered from terrible back pain, so he often injected himself with these. We're told that one shot in the back would make all his pain go away. What are you doing? Why don't you lay on the couch? Why don't you go lay on the couch, Miss Mill? Come here. No, come here. Why don't you go lay down? Go ahead, come on. Yeah, that's a good girl. That's a good girl. I love you. Yeah. I'm right here the whole time. Yeah. To make eye contact with me over here. Or under my monitor. Silly girl. With this, it's easy to explain what happened. Don't tell me you didn't know about these, Your Eminence. You can't mean. Mr. Inga was stabbed in his back, close to where he usually injected the painkiller. Therefore, it's entirely possible he hadn't noticed that he'd been stabbed. What's this? Phoenix just standing there. Then, are you suggesting Justice Minister Inga really ran off with a knife protruding from his back? I am, Your Majesty. So then, when I saw my father and a knife sticking out of him, I mean, with that cape of his, I couldn't see his back very well. Yes, the knife was there. It was just plunged in so deep you didn't notice it under the cape. Therefore, when you saw your father, he was already dead. Murdered by Nena in his private quarters. Kanka. Holy Mother of Khura'in, are we dealing with the living dead here? Well, technically, he wasn't dead yet.
I know it's hard to believe, but this is a plausible sequence of events. And once Mr. Inca arrived at the tomb, he could have removed the knife and dropped dead from blood loss.
Nana killed my father. There must be some mistake.
The defense would like to call Nana to the stand.
You seek to drag an innocent old woman to the stand with no proof whatsoever.
Well, there's no real proof, but...
What a tangled web of expedient lies you weave.
I can no longer tell fact from fiction. Who or what shall I believe in now? I'm sorry, Rafa. All I've done is confuse you. But I have a sneaking suspicion Nana's involved in this case one way or another.
Just when I thought we'd blown this case wide open.
Well, there's no turning back now.
You fool of a lawyer. I know why you're so desperate to prove the accused innocent.
You do?
Yes, because he faces public execution if proven guilty, as shall you under the stipulation of the Defense Culpability Act.
Okay.
From the moment you accepted this case, you have had no choice but to fight for your lives.
Ow, my wrist kind of hurts. No, the simple fact is I've always believed that Dirk is innocent.
Bah! Still, you cling to your pretense. Very well, I shall offer you a bargain. If you would admit that the accused is guilty.
I'm seeing things.
Right here, right now. I shall overlook your crime of abetting him, and you will not be subject to execution.
Is this some sort of joke?
Far from it. As queen, I have the power to grant pardons, even to criminals like you. And with the wave of my hand, I can even reduce the severity of a sentence. Perhaps even for Dirk, should you be willing to cooperate.
She wasn't kidding when she said that she's the law here. But to flaunt that power in our faces like that, that's just wrong.
Forget all that has transpired in our kingdom and return to your own country in peace. Well, will you abandon your defense of the accused and accept my generous offer?
If I don't take this deal, we'll be executed along with Dirk if he's found guilty. What should I do?
No, I'm going to continue the defense.
Nice try, Garen, but it looks like you don't know what justice is made of. We won't kowtow to threats like that, Your Eminence. Mr. Wright, I'm sorry, but I can't back down now. I don't want to drag you into this, so
don't worry. I'm with you, Apollo, to the bitter end if need be. And while I can't say I'm used to it, this isn't exactly my first rodeo.
But if I'm found guilty, you'll get the death penalty too. Even knowing that, you still want to defend me?
I don't know what happened in the past, but it looks like everyone in this country considers lawyers to be liars. So I can understand if you don't believe me. But I still believe in you and your innocence. So all I have to do is keep believing and find the truth. That's all there is to it. I love this face. This like shit-eating, confident grin. I love it. So good. So keep fighting, Apollo. You'll hear no objections from me.
You nincompoops. You'll die if you lose this case. Why would you even entertain the notion of continuing?
I believe that Dirk is innocent. That's why.
And besides, trials exist to give the truth a chance to get out into the open. You can't give up just because you're afraid of some punishment.
Even if that punishment is death? Does that not frighten you, Hornhead?
Who wouldn't be scared? I mean, just thinking about it makes me weak in the knees, to be honest. But as a lawyer, I have a duty to protect my client. I can't just abandon that.
The duty you're willing to die for. And yet I...
Duty? It's a heavy burden, all right. Rafa looks like she's really struggling.
Your benevolence. As Crown Princess, you are destined to rule this kingdom one day. That means there will be many things that you alone must determine. Things like how to keep your people happy and what is true and what is false. And most importantly, what role you must play therein. I wonder if I'm even up to the task.
But it's no surprise, considering the torrent of painful truths she's had to face. well then, if the defense is prepared to face the death sentence under the Defense Culpability Act, then I see no reason not to continue with the proceedings. But I must admit, I see no grounds for doubting the accused's guilt. Unless the defense has further evidence that would indict a different suspect. Do we have anything like that? Well, lawyer, do you have any new evidence that you would care to present? Or shall I have the executioner start his preparations? If she thinks I can't do this, she's got another thing coming. But first, I have some serious thinking to do. I say that new evidence indicting a different suspect, I don't know, exists? Does it? Of course I have some new evidence. Oh, do you now? How very interesting. Why doesn't she sound the least bit concerned? No, I can't let her get to me. I just have to keep pressing forward. This new evidence points to a different suspect. Oh no. Oh god. I have no idea. Oh, I don't. Okay, I think maybe maybe doesn't exist, actually. Okay, I just have to lose a life. I know. I get it, I fucked up. Stop talking. I don't fucking care. Such evidence does not exist. Just as I thought. I was so hoping you'd present meaningless evidence and allow me to claim your head. I didn't walk headfirst into that one then. So what now, Apollo? Well, unless we can prove that Nana killed Inga, this trial is over, and so are we. Isn't there still a way to get the proof we need? Even without evidence? You know, a key means of obtaining testimony here in Khura'in. Huh? Wait, are you actually suggesting? It certainly won't be easy, but it's worth a try. Can you do a spirit channeling? Your Majesty. A crucial step in uncovering the truth behind this case is yet to be taken in this trial. But I'm positive I can back up our claim with this one step. You mean you'll be able to prove that Nana killed Justice Minister Inga? And just how do you propose to do that? With the help of a certain someone. You need help? From someone? Well, I can't imagine who it could be. But I suppose I must ask. Whose help do you need to uncover the truth? Okay. We need spirit channeling. But Maya's in the hospital. But she can't channel yet. But Maya's in the hospital unconscious. But she can't channel yet.
Take that!
But that is... me? Here in Khura'in, legal proceedings include the viewing of the victim's final moments, but that requires your benevolence's help. Such information is just as vital as any other piece of conclusive evidence. If you're right about this, Rafa's power should enable her to see the very moment Nina stabbed Inga. It will be hard to watch her father's murder, but it's the only way to uncover the truth. Oh, she's gonna make her do the seance. Your benevolence, we need you and your power. You need me?
Objection!
Wretched simpleton, did you not see what ensued in the previous attempt? You would only succeed in wasting more time. Or is it your goal to make her collapse again? The princess said she was prepared earlier. Besides, it's her duty as royal priestess. I'd say it's all up to her now. Am I prepared? Prepared to fulfill my duty? Isn't a divination seance required at all trials anyway? If so, I imagine there'd be a problem with handing down a verdict without one. Indeed, it would be problematic. Under Khura'ini's law, a seance must be conducted before a verdict can be rendered.
Such insolence!
Yikes!
Oh my god. Must you try my patience so? Got stuck in the judge voice. If I must dispense with that vexing law, then dispense with it I shall. Huh? As ruling sovereign of Khura'in, I proclaim the following. Oh god. Oh, I don't... Henceforth, the divination seance shall be optional.
What? She has the power to do that?
This is a dictatorship. She just rewrote the law with a flourish of her hand.
Mother, I do not wish for the trial to end like this. It is as the defense said, I must not neglect my duty simply because I am afraid. I shall go through with it this time. I will conduct the seance once more.
Rafa, do not be fooled by his lawyerly guile. You are not prepared to witness your father's death. Throw a middle finger up at your mother.
But Hornhead needs my help.
Rafa, did you not tell me earlier? Did you not tell me you were prepared? But despite your grandiose posturing, you collapsed in a most piteous fashion. Even worse, you have erred in your insights of late, for has not the barbed one there overthrown them more than once?
Oh.
You cannot be trusted to keep your word, nor can you reveal the truth through your insights. So I say to you, be gone! This sacred hall of justice has no need for such a worthless royal priestess. Oh!
Worthless?
Wow, how can she say that to her own daughter? Maybe she's not her daughter. Maybe she's the other queen's daughter.
So, Mother, you think me worthless?
Objection!
Her benevolence says she can do it, doesn't she? So I don't see why you have to condemn her before she's even made the attempt. Very well, horned devil. If you really are so bent on having a seance, I shall give my consent. Really? However, should Rafa fail once more, you two and the accused shall all be executed on the spot. Come again? This is proving to be far more entertaining than I anticipated. This woman is insane. Well, lawyer, what do you say? Will you wager your life and call on Rafa to perform the divination seance? Let her go home and rest. No. I don't think you're worthless, your benevolence. Far from it, in fact. If you say you can do it, then I believe in you.
Hornhead, I do not understand. If I fail, you will be put to death.
I know you collapsed during your previous attempt. I don't need to see it again. I got it. She had a panic attack. It's okay. We all have them sometimes. Okay. I can't even imagine how terrible it must have been for you. But despite that, you are willing to try again. I have faith in that conviction and in that courage.
My courage.
Ah, so she was doomed to fail if she didn't have the courage to perform the seance. But it looks like she's got the determination to try again. Right, and that's a bet I'm willing to take.
But it is as Mother said, I've erred in my insights as of late. Not only have I failed to reveal the truth, I've also contributed to false accusations. Knowing that, can you still say that you believe in me?
Objection!
I wouldn't take stock in those words, your benevolence. Despite what your mother says, I don't think you've made any errors at all.
Huh?
In the trials I've been a part of here in Khura'in, I would have never proven my client's innocence without your seances, because even though they didn't always reflect the absolute truth, the insight they provided served as vital leads to finding the truth.
Vital leads? My seances?
So please, your benevolence, try to perform the divination seance one more time.
Objection!
Rafa, stop this madness. It is for your own good. You are ill prepared to face your father's death. Go, leave this sacred hall at once. No!
No.
What did you say?
I said no, Mother. For I am the royal priestess of Khura'in.
I have no need for you now.
Even if you do not need me, Mother. Hornheaded in this Hall of Justice do. He proved that to me by risking his own life. It's because of him that I now understand. The divination seance is my sacred duty. I must fulfill it no matter the risk.
Your benevolence.
Mother taught me that the divination seance was a mirror reflecting naught but the truth. But I began to have my doubts after Barbed had disproved the insights it offered. But now I don't even know who or what to trust anymore. Father, Mother, even Nana, I had believed in them above all others. But I finally know now. I know in what I can trust. The royal priestess must debate each seance with the presiding lawyer and prosecutor. So that it can be interpreted properly. That is how I believe trials here in Khura'in should function. Therefore, the Hall of Justice needs me. It is my power that leads trials toward the truth. That is my sacred duty, and I will never shirk from it again.
That's right. That right there, Your Benevolence, is the product of what you've learned in your struggle so far. The truth that you realize with your own strength.
As my sacred duty, I must ensure that it is fulfilled. I must have the courage and resolve to see it through.
Your Eminence, the Royal Priestess says she will conduct the divination seance. I see no grounds for you to forbid it. Unless, of course, you're worried that it might reveal something you find inconvenient. Sass the shit out of her, Apollo.
Mother, I am done letting you have your way.
Rafa, you would actually rebel against me, your mother and queen.
Though I am scared to see my father's death, I must face my fear. That is what Hornhead has taught me here today.
Rafa. Alright. Oh.
I am the royal priestess Rafa Padma Khura'in. And I am prepared to face my father's death.
You go, sweetheart. Your Eminence, it seems the princess is more grown up than you thought. Rafa. Well then, let us proceed with the divination seance. The victim's final moments. This should be interesting. I wonder what Inga's memories are going to show us.
O Holy Mother, we hold this divination seance in your name. Let the eyes of everyone here be clear, and our ears be unstopped. O dance of devotion, guide the victim's soul to me, so that we may receive their final memories in the pool of souls.
I'm skipping the dance this time.
What in the... A faceless being? What the heck? His face, it's just like... that picture of the founder.
I think that's the last thing anyone expected to see.
Oh, Father, what was that? What was it you saw? Are we to understand that this was the last thing the victim saw? Yes, there can be no mistake. That was what my father himself witnessed.
He was facing the opposite way in that. Something to note.
How very strange. You don't suppose the Holy Mother possessed the accused and slew Minister Inga for planning a coup? The divine wrath of the Holy Mother. Oh, Holy Mother, we are ever grateful for your blessings.
Talk about a sharp left turn into the Twilight Zone.
You know, there's one thing in there that caught my attention.
Laughter, yeah.
That laugh. What does it belong to, and why are they laughing?
Who knows? Though I suppose it could be Dirk after he slew my husband.
Uh-huh.
That figure didn't even have a mouth.
Oh, I think we're done here, lawyer.
How so?
You claim that Minister Ingo was stabbed in his private quarters, and feeling no pain, went to the tomb where he eventually fell dead.
But this seance vision proves he was stabbed in the tomb and felt great pain, no less.
Oh, that.
Therefore, as I asserted all along, it was the accused who stabbed the minister in the tomb.
Everything just backfired, big time.
Wow, Garen has the devil's own luck, doesn't she?
Now then, I shall give voice to the soul of the deceased. Listen well and heed these words.
Oh God. Rafa's insight.
At around 3 p.m., my father was waiting in the tomb to make the hostage exchange.
Sorry, hold on.
He was drinking grape juice while gazing upon the picture of the Holy Mother.
This is not her voice.
He was drinking grape juice while gazing upon the picture of the Holy Mother. He had been waiting vigilantly, when suddenly, he heard Dirk's voice. The next moment, he was stabbed in the back and collapsed.
Yeah, she's sleeping on the couch.
My father tried to shoot his attacker, but he missed, and the attacker let out a laugh.
So what now, Mr. Wright? It's up to us to knock holes in Rafa's interpretations of Inga's memories. In other words, we need to prove that her understanding of them could be mistaken.
Okay, I'll give it a try.
Alright, around 3 p.m., my father was waiting in the tomb to make the hostage exchange. Incense, right? That's not unusual. Drinking grape juice while gazing upon the picture of the Holy Mother. When I'm waiting vigilantly, suddenly he heard Dirk's voice. Okay, man's voice. The next moment, he was stabbed in the back and collapsed. I mean, it took a while. He didn't turn around right away. Okay. How do I... Man's voice. Dirk's voice. I don't know.
Objection!
Your benevolence, there seems to be an inconsistency in your interpretation. An inconsistency? Where? Minister Inga is far too relaxed for what was supposedly about to take place.
Yeah, like... He didn't even react to the person's voice.
When he heard the voice you claim is Dirk's, he didn't seem the least bit alarmed. He just kept looking at the picture of the founder. Ah! That's strange, right? He was waiting for Dirk to arrive with the founder's orb, but when he heard that voice, he didn't even turn to look. Don't you think he would have been worried about being attacked from behind? Then whose voice was it? It was likely someone whose presence wouldn't have alarmed him. Someone like a friend.
Objection!
But there were no third party at the scene of the crime. Therefore, the voice can only have belonged to Dirk.
I can't believe this is still only the first part of this trial.
The voice of a third party who wasn't there in the tomb.
Oh, could it have been a cell phone? Could it have been on the cell phone?
Paulo, don't we have something that could reveal the owner of the mystery voice? You know, I think we do.
Apollo, I did the wrong voice again.
Something that Inga had while he was waiting for Dirk, yeah. I thought we might be able to figure out whose voice it was. I believe we can identify the male voice with this.
Yeah.
Take that!
That's my father's... I know this must be hard for you, but could you please look at this photo? There's something here that can point us toward the identity of the voice.
Yeah. Cell phone.
A cell phone? Right. I believe that the voice the minister heard was of a call on his cell phone. I see. Well, that certainly makes sense. What is your eminence's view on the matter?
Why the fuck would we ask her?
I concede the possibility. Then, seems I must refine my vision.
Subordinate's voice.
Appears that the voice belonged to one of my father's subordinates.
Okay. Sorry.
It appears the voice belonged to one of my father's subordinates.
Nope, wrong voice. Whatever.
Why do you suppose he was talking to one of them, then? My father had members of the secret police positioned throughout the palace. They were supposed to contact him as soon as they saw Dirk and the rest of you.
Okay, now we're getting somewhere. Your benevolence, I believe you have an insight to revise.
I know, Barbed Head. Don't presume to tell me how to do my duty.
Okay. My father took a call from a subordinate at the palace. Okay. So the voice is coming from the phone. That's good to know. But there might have been other sounds coming from the phone. Sounds that could be clues. Let's take another look at Raven's insight to really focus on the various sensations. Okay, I think I'm getting the hang of this now. The laughter could have been... grapes, incense... No. Footsteps make sense. Subordinate's voice. Cool. Fuck. Dogs bark. Oh my god. Hold on. I forgot that I can. Lions roar. Okay. Okay. Call. They wouldn't be at the palace because the bird. The bird. I hate to break it to you, Your Benevolence, but you misinterpreted something again. What do you mean? Again? Smooth move, Apollo. I think you just hurt her feelings. She may put on a brave face, but she feels more than she lets on. Let me rephrase that, Your Benevolence. Your interpretation of your father's phone call to his subordinate at the palace is inconsistent with his final memory. What do you mean by that? A lion's roar could be heard over the phone. Don't you find that strange? You claim the call was with someone at the palace. But let me ask you, do you keep lions here? There? No, the only animals at the palace are little birdies and my pet frog. Wait, that giant one in front of the minister's house is her pet? Besides, there aren't any lions in Khura'in. We don't even have any zoos. A rather sad state of affairs, I'm afraid. Well, I remember hearing a sound like that. The lion's roar coming from the phone is actually from something hanging out in the bazaar. Isn't that the cry of the warbad over in the bazaar? Ah! Your Benevolence, do you think you can clarify the voice for me? Very well. I will now attempt to further refine my vision. Warbad's cry. What's this? Just as I suspected. It was the call of a warbad. That means the subordinate Minister Inga was talking to was in the bazaar, not the palace. But why is it important where the call came from? What significance could it have? She's right. It is important to know where the call was made from. Yes. Because they weren't reporting on us being there. It's actually very important. Knowing that the person on the other end was at the bazaar means that the loud explosion might not have been the sound of a gunshot. Oh my god! It's those fucking popper things that what's-his-face had. But I can think of no other item that makes such a noise in the area. Go ahead, Apollo. Tell her. Tell Rafer the real source of that sound. Will do. Well, Hornhead, I'm waiting. What was the true source of that explosive sound?
Take that!
What is that? It's I'll be your guy's statement. Oh my god. In it, he claims that Dat's Arable threw a firecracker at him while he was at the bazaar. Then... Yes, the sound heard over the phone was a firecracker exploding.
Objection!
And yet, a bullet was found at the scene of the crime. A bullet fired from Minister Inga's gun. How do you explain that? Well, we don't know whether it was fired during the course of the crime, right? Or do you have evidence that proves when the pistol was discharged? No, I have none. Wait a second. If that loud bang was a firecracker, then could that laugh at the end have been... Yep. No, it can't be. It's Dad's. Oh, it can, and it is. The laugh came from none other than... the Joker who got a kick out of startling Albie with his dragon snot snaps. That happy-go-lucky Dat's Arable. What? Somebody should really put a leash on that guy. Oh, I shudder to think how one man could be the cause of so much trouble. Hey there, AJPW. Y'all can thank me later. No one asked for your commentary, Mr. Arpel. Your benevolence, do you need to revise your insight? It would appear so. My god, this is still the fucking first thingy. My father took a call from a subordinate at the bazaar. The true source of that loud bang was the firecracker Dats threw. And the final laugh belonged to none other than Dats himself. Okay. Well, this changes everything. Let's go over the details of Rafa's insight again. Okay. I think I've got this down now. Time to find another inconsistency. Alright. Sour. Incense. Footsteps. Subordinate voice. Warbad's cry. Dog bark. Pain. Footsteps. Explosion. Laughter. Okay. Paladin took a call from the subordinate at the bazaar. Then took a call. But there's no, like, phone ringing. Wait a minute. Oh, God. It was not 3 p.m. It wasn't 3 p.m. It was 2 p.m. Your benevolence, there's a glaring problem with this insight. There is? You stated that the murder happened at around 3 p.m., which is right around the time my client arrived on the scene. However, now that we know what the source of the loud bang is, your insight conflicts with a certain piece of evidence. I suppose I have to ask the obvious here. What evidence conflicts with the claim that the murder occurred at 3 p.m.?
Take that!
I'll be your guide's statement again. Yes, because to summarize what he said, at around 2 p.m., Shadow was surprised by a firecracker and ran into the palace courtyard. Around 2 p.m. That's right, 2 p.m., not 3 p.m. Are you suggesting? I think you know where I'm going with this. Dats's laugh, the cry of the warbad, and the bang of the firecracker were all heard right before Minister Inga's death. Thanks to Albie's statement, we can put a definitive timestamp on all these sounds. Therefore, what this vision shows is that it's extremely likely that the deceased's final moments were at 2 rather than 3, as we had originally thought. Also, I'm pretty sure Dirk was not covered in that much blood. Dare I ask? It means the murder took place a full hour before Dirk entered the tomb. But Pokanka! How can this be? Are you saying that I, the very personification of the law, have been mistaken? Oh, ow. Now you see why justice always will always prevail. Why is Phoenix just standing there like that? Peace, peace, I say. Now then, defense. I must remind you that the figure of the accused was clearly shown in the vision. How do you explain that? The fucking notebook. I wouldn't say it was clearly shown. After all, the figure didn't actually have a face. You are absolutely right. Without a face, we can't be certain of who it was. Furthermore, I need to remind you that if the vision is from 2 p.m., Dirk was still with me and Mr. Wright, which means this faceless figure couldn't possibly be him. So then, what are we to make of this 1 hour difference? Wait, 2 o'clock? That's when... my mother was performing the rite of channeling. The palace guards had all been reassigned to guard the channeling chamber for the rite. Don't tell me. The royal residence, it would have been virtually unguarded. Which means the real killer could have easily slipped unseen into Amara's tomb. Defense, are you saying that this is someone disguised as the accused? That's exactly what I believe, Your Majesty.
Objection.
Preposterous. Disguises cannot deceive the memories of the dead. But the face did not appear this time as mere happenstance. Had it appeared, such subterfuge would have been as clear as day. He's got a point there. Anyone who knows about the divination seance would have tried to hide their face. Nevertheless, our killer openly appeared before Inga. The question is why? Apollo. Maybe the killer could afford to be so bold, because they knew their face wouldn't show up in the seance vision. What? It's possible that the killer dared to dress in Dirk's clothes and stand square in front of Inga, precisely because they knew they could get away with it. He was face blind. He was face blind! But how could anyone be so sure of something like that? And that also proves he wouldn't be using the orb for himself because he's face blind. He can't see the founder's face, even though it's revealed. So he's not using it for himself. Maybe he really is using it for Rafa. But how could anyone be so sure of something like that? A long time ago, I heard of a cognitive disorder that impairs a person's ability to distinguish between different faces. What if Inga had it? Then are you saying that this is literally how Inga saw the world? Yes, we normally can't see through the eyes of others, but in this case we can. And if he had that disorder, I imagine this is how faces appeared to him in life. Okay, let's say that the killer knew that Inga had such a disorder. They could definitely use it to pin the crime on Dirk. But if you're wondering about how to prove that Inga had it, you already have what you need. Yeah, the notebook. Really? Well, defense, do you have anything to show it to this court? Yes, I believe so. Frankly, I have no idea what Mr. Wright means, but I'll look the evidence over again. What explains why the face of Minister Inga's killer is absent? There it is.
Take that!
A notepad. Yes, it was found in Minister Inga's room, and it holds the answer we're looking for. As you can see, it's filled with detailed notes on various individuals. What kind of clothes they wear, hairstyles, and other discerning physical characteristics. And this is connected to the faceless nature of the killer. How? The vision we saw was exactly what Minister Inga saw with his own eyes. It is he who saw his killer as a person without a face. In fact, this is how he normally saw everyone around him. What's this? I believe Mr. Inga had a disorder that prevented him from recognizing faces. It would explain the faceless being, and why he needed a notepad full of people's physical characteristics. Now that I think about it, my father was always terrible at remembering people. By simply changing my hairstyle, he would fail to recognize even me. Your Eminence, you knew that your husband had such a disorder, didn't you? He never wished for it to become public knowledge. But I suppose there is no use in keeping it quiet about it now. It is as you say. My late husband had a special disorder that hindered his ability to recognize faces. Why aren't we just saying face blindness? The medical term for it is prosopagnosia. So Mr. Wright was right. The memories of those afflicted with such disorders in life do appear strange at times. There is precedent for this. So the killer likely knew about the disorder and used it to their advantage. Right, so there's someone who is both knowledgeable about the divination seance and aware of Inga's affliction. Your Eminence? Who knew about your husband's condition? A small number of servants who tended to his needs, and me. Surely you're not about to insinuate that I committed this crime. Oh, no, Your Eminence. Still, could she have done it? I mean, the divination seance was... This might not be her. This could be Amara. Yes. Garen has an alibi, remember? Oh, right. She was conducting the rite of channeling at 10 p.m. 2 p.m. 10 p.m. In that case... Your Eminence, does Nana know about Minister Inga's disorder? Of course she does. She's our head servant. So as head servant, she knew about Minister Inga's condition, and as the princess's personal attendant, she's familiar with the divination seance. If these two facts together don't make her a possible suspect, I don't know what would.
Objection!
You witless lawyer, how quick you are to forget the facts. Facts like, when Inga was last seen alive, you claim he was slain at 2, yet that is impossible, for Rafa saw him at 2:30. We did completely forget about that. I didn't. No, there must be some mistake. So you see, the murder could only have happened at 3 p.m. The hour Dirk entered the tomb. There's no other answer to this puzzle. Yes, there is. Why don't we ever get to make up answers like Garen makes up laws? Guess it's back to square one. Where did we go wrong? I don't think we're the problem. We just seem to be short one piece of the puzzle. Our deductions so far explain everything to a T. Everything except for Inga's sighting at 2:30. I see. And without that final puzzle piece, all our deductions fall apart. Apollo, if Inga's sighting is the only anomaly, we just have to find a way to make it fit into the bigger picture. Time to think outside the box then, right? Let's see. It would be impossible to see Inga walking around after he'd been killed. But what if there was a way to make people think he was alive even though he was dead? Like a way to make people witness the living dead. She had Amara do the divination seance, and then she channeled her own husband. Sounds like some kind of TV show. Things like that don't happen in real life. Apollo, did you just... I did. I figured it out. I know how to make people witness the living dead. Your Majesty, our deductions weren't wrong after all. Despite Minister Inga being murdered at 2 p.m., he was seen heading into the tomb at 2:30, and I'll tell you how. I certainly hope you will. I can't believe this is still the first part, because I have no idea what you're talking about. The Minister Inga, her benevolence saw was, in fact, someone channeling him. It was the deceased being channeled. It's the only way a man who was already dead could have been seen by her benevolence. Channeled, you say? That's right, and there are only 2 people capable of spirit channeling here in Khura'in, Her Eminence Queen Garen and Maya Fey. It's possible that one of them was channeling the minister. It would seem that you are ever bent on making me party to this crime. Prosecutor, what was I doing at 2:30 p.m., the time at which my husband was seen? Eminence, I believe you had completed the channeling rite and were having tea with the king of the neighboring realm. There would have been many attendants there, too. Nayuta has to keep up with her schedule, too. What doesn't she make him do? Then that leaves only Maya. Yeah, it does. Maybe someone was forcing her to use her power toward nefarious ends. The real killer could have been threatening her.
That cannot be.
So then, Inga's scream, that was probably from when he woke up from being called back to this world. After all, that's when the flow of time would have picked back up for him after he died. So Minister Inga probably leapt to his feet, thinking he just had a nightmare, then realized it was almost time for the hostage exchange. He raced off to Amara's tomb, not even realizing he was already dead. Then, her benevolence really did see a dead man running.
I need to crack my back.
Using the sacred power of spirit channeling to commit a crime. How can this be? The defense calls Miss Maya Fey to the stand. Well, Your Eminence, will you allow a new witness? It matters not. Either way, this lawyer shall soon know the truth. He will know just how much of an imbecile he is in the face of my infallible arguments. Insult me all you want, witch, but you'll be eating those words when I expose the truth.
Call her a witch! Incredible!
Okay. Alright, let's see how long this next part is. I would love to save my progress. Hold on. Okay. Oh, it doesn't actually seem that long. But the last part also didn't seem that long either. No, it's much longer. Okay, it's only 3 cross-examinations. 4. Should I do it? Or should I go bring my dog to bed? Discursions. Put that away. Let this ad break play out at least. Do I start this or do I save it to next time? It's been 4.5 hours. I don't really want to stream for 6 hours because I think I do. I have to go help my friends move tomorrow. She'll be fine. I'm happy to help them. I'm not complaining about the moving. Just that I need to be awake. Not super early, but I need to be functional tomorrow. At least a little bit. Oh, I think Minnie really wants to go to bed. Okay. I think I'm gonna make the executive decision that we'll stop for now. This case is taking much longer than I thought it was going to finish. Or this game. And special episodes. What is this one called? Doesn't say. I can change our costumes. Oh my god. Should we should we put Phoenix in this for the rest for the rest of the game? Forgot this was in here. No. Maybe for the DLC I'll put him in it. Okay. Alright, let's let's go. Let's end. Let's be done. I think my dog will be very upset at me if I don't take her to bed soon. All right. Thank you guys for hanging out and watching. I appreciate it. I didn't just spill water all over myself. Sorry this fucking case is taking so goddamn long. This crashing a wedding last week definitely isn't helping with the timeline. But yeah, it's fine. It's fine. We're fine. We're doing it. But thank you guys for watching. I very much appreciate it. I should be streaming. There's a chance that I don't stream on time next week. It's gonna depend if my friends coerce me to going to this karate thing or not. I don't know that I want to go, but we'll see. So I'll keep y'all updated. If I'm not gonna stream Friday for this thing, I'll stream Thursday night instead. It'll be later than my normal start because I have karate at 6:30, so I'll probably start close to like 8. But we'll see. Because I'm not working next Friday again. We'll see. I'll keep y'all updated. I'll try to remember to tweet about it. But anyway, thank you guys for hanging out. I very much appreciate it. Yeah, I hope you guys have a fantastic rest of your Friday night and an amazing, incredible weekend. And I will see you guys all next week, all right? Maybe, probably. Goodbye.